Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, July 26th. We are here at the JATC South Building, and we have board members Nikki George, Jen Atwood, Marilyn Richards, myself, Tracy Miller, and Bryce Dunford with us. I believe Mr. Young is on his way, and we have board member Daryl Robinson joining us virtually at this meeting. Thank you for joining us while on vacation. We're also joined by Dr. Anthony Godfrey. We'd like to excuse Mr. Anderson from this meeting. We have John Larson, our business administrator, and Paul Van Komen, our board attorney, with us. Thank you to all of those who are here in attendance, who have come to our meeting in the middle of the summer. Hope everyone's having a good summer and getting geared up to start school again. The first item up on our agenda is the JSD Early Learning Plan for Early Literacy Grant Renewal. And we will turn the time to Ms. Carolyn Goff and Michelle Lovell for that. Almost put you on.
Oh, that would have thrown me off for sure.
Thank you. We are excited to be here, and as you mentioned, this is for a grant renewal. This is a legislative requirement for this grant that we come before the board, and it's also a great opportunity for us to share some of the exciting things that have happened in literacy in the last year, and we're looking forward to being able to do that. And I have to say that I have been the benefactor of having come in after Shelley Nordick, who did a fantastic job putting this into place with Michelle Lovell and Mandy Thurman, and we are so appreciative of their efforts. And so as I turn the time over to Michelle, I just want you to know what amazing effort she has put into this and this presentation. So thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Mandy is home with her new baby, and so we're excited to present this to you, and we're excited for her and her new endeavors. So thank you for having us today and for your time. As Carolyn said, this is an annual report, and it is a request for board approval for our literacy plan moving forward, because this is required through legislation. And although it's required through legislation, we feel that it's very important for us to be partners with you and partners with our community in the efforts of literacy as we move forward with our district. So today we'll go through a few things. We'll do a quick literacy overview, we'll give you some progress updates, and then we'll talk about some next steps moving forward. So some highlights that we'll cover in this presentation that we'll get into more depth later. First, we had our kindergarten growth exceeding expectations. It was very exciting. We've seen students that are moving out of intervention groups at high rates. We're more able to differentiate and personalize instruction for every student in our district. And schools are reporting that although the work has been a heavy lift, that they feel that the work they're doing has been worthwhile and is worthwhile. So first, a literacy overview. Over the past couple of years, we've been moving toward the science of reading. There's a large body of evidence that supports the science of reading as best practice for literacy instruction. And to summarize it, a simple view of what the science of reading entails is that in order for a person to become a successful reader, there are two pieces that need to be in place. The first piece is decoding. We need to be able to decode the text, get the words off the page. And then the second piece is that we have to know what those words mean. So we have to have some vocabulary and background context to be able to put it all together. And when those pieces come together with fluency and accuracy, or word recognition and language comprehension, the outcome is reading comprehension and skilled readers. So we have a guaranteed and viable curriculum for reading instruction for all teachers. We've wanted to support teachers as they are teaching and changing to this science of reading. They need to have the best resources available for them. And so we have adopted resources that support them in their Tier 1 in classroom instruction. So all of our kindergarten through second or third grade teachers kindergarten through second grade have Haggerty, which is phonological awareness. Then our kindergarten through third grade teachers have Really Great Reading, which is a phonics-based program. And then our third through sixth grade teachers use MSRC routines, which is an advanced phonics program for kids who still need extra help with advanced phonics. We also have other pieces of the curriculum that support the language comprehension, such as Journeys, FOSS, math language routines, science and social studies, and curriculum with current events. And then for our kids who need extra help and more support, generally with word recognition, we have a program called Walk to Read, which is using curriculum from 95% group. And that's been quite successful in helping our kids who need the extra support with reading. In accordance with INS Policy 402, E402, empowering employees, our teachers have been paid to attend a number of professional development opportunities, and we are excited to work with them, and we're hopeful that these literacy professional development pieces have really been helpful in their classrooms. So for a progress update, every year we are required to set goals by legislation, and the state sets one goal. The first goal is that we have to meet is a goal that every LEA in the state of Utah is required to meet. And that is that we need to have 60% of our first through third grade students make typical or better progress, meaning they need to make 1 year's progress for 1 year of being in school. And we did meet that goal. So we were able to have almost 61% of our students in grades 1 through 3 make typical or better progress. In addition to the state goals, we also set district goals. And our district goals are unique to the needs of our district. And this year we decided that we wanted to set a kindergarten goal. And this is an interesting goal because, to give you a little bit of history, in years past, we have had a maintenance goal for kindergarten because we have historically seen our kindergarten kids coming into school on or above level. By the end of the year, they're testing at well below or below level. And it's been a reverse trend of losing kids out of our well above and above into that well below. And so in history, we've had a maintenance goal. Just don't lose any more kids. Try to keep them on level. If they come in on level, try to keep them there. But this year we said we want to aim high, and we set a goal that we were going to move 25% of our kindergarten students out of that well below level category. And we thought that was a lofty goal, but one that we could make. And we are pleased to say that we did make that goal, and more, that we were able to move 54.4% of our kindergartners out of well below. So it's a trend that we are very excited about. We also set a goal for first grade. It was also a lofty goal that we wanted to move 42% of our students out of well below. We didn't quite meet that goal. We did move 31.8% of them out. And then second grade, our goal was to move 24% out, and we did move 16.3%. So we feel like we are moving toward a good place. There's schools like Oakcrest, and I want to say too that this is aggregated data. If we were to disaggregate this data and look at individual schools and individual classrooms, we would see some very interesting things. We had schools and we had classrooms that in certain classrooms that they were able to move 99% of their kindergartners out of that well below category, and many that were able to move a lot more than 50% out. So we were very, very pleased with that. So in looking at schools, this is Oakcrest Elementary. This is an example of something that we are seeing right now in our district, which is a happy thing. The top line that you're seeing here is last year's data. So these are different cohorts of children, but The trend is what we're looking at. So the top line in each of these, this top line is last year, is the 2020-21 school year. The bottom line is this last year that we were just in, the 2021 school year. And you can see the red represents students who are well below level, the yellow represents students who are below level, the green represents students who are on level, and the blue represents students who are well above level. So we can see that we're ending this year with fewer students in that well below category and more students on the well above category. We're seeing some good trends happening with first grade. Second grade this is the first year that second graders in the state of Utah have had a normal year of school. These are the kids that their kindergarten year was cut in half, and then the first part of first grade, we weren't able to do interventions with those kids because we couldn't group across classes, and they were also in and out of school, and their teachers were in and out of school with quarantining. And so this is unfortunately some concern that we have with that group of kids, that cohort of kids. But we're seeing also, but it speaks to also the importance of those formative developmental years when they're building foundational skills. We're seeing our third grade follow those same kinds of trends here, where we've got more kids in the out of well below and more kids on or above. Majestic Elementary is another school who has great things to report. They said they started the year in September in their Walk to Read intervention groups with 32 students in fifth grade. By April, they had 14 students left in intervention groups. And so the students had moved to being on level and no longer required intervention. They showed an example of two classes. Class A, where they started with 50% proficiency, they ended with 62% proficiency. Class B, which was the split between fifth and sixth grade, the fifth graders started at 26% of them, with 26% of their students being proficient. They ended with 57% of their students proficient. They reduced their well below students by 20%. And in sixth grade, they started with 56% of their students proficient, ended with 74% of their students proficient, and they reduced their reds and yellow from 74% of their students in that below or well below category to 43%. Foothills Elementary, here's some anecdotal information. Their principal, Cherie Wilson, said, "We saw children we've been working with for years finally make progress. We've had many comments from parents saying how excited they are that their child can actually read. All in just 1 year. I tell them this is something the district has implemented and the Board of Education supports, and they're very grateful." Considerations that we are still looking at. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to have an impact on achievement, particularly with students who were in those formative grades during the 1919, 1920, and 2021 school years. But the initiatives that we have in place for particularly the Walk to Read intervention program will continue to mitigate those effects and fill in missing skills. So for next steps moving forward, we are able to, through our data, we're able to locate where we have issues where we can focus in. And now we've given teachers a lot of training, a lot of resources, and now we can differentiate for teacher needs as well as student needs, and spend time in the classrooms, embedded coaching from building coaches and district specialists will be on our list of things we'll be doing this coming year, and we'll have a focus on refinement of our teaching practices. And this is, as always, we have to set goals for the coming year. And so the state literacy goal remained the same, that we still need to show that 60% of our students in grades 1 through 3 are making adequate or better progress as measured through Acadience reading data. Our kindergarten literacy goal, we set a lofty goal last year of 24%. This year we're setting a goal of 55%. So we want to move at least 55% of our kindergartners that come in the well below category out of the well below category. And hopefully we'll be able to exceed that just like we did this year. So our first grade goal, this one we weren't able to use it as a state goal. The state only allows 2 goals this year, but we felt that it was important for us to have a goal for each one of our grade levels. So for our first grade, we would still like to maintain the goal we had last year of moving 42% of our students who were well below out of that category. In second grade, our second grade goal is that we would like to set a maintenance goal for them. We've had a history of losing second graders, so we're going to be working with our second grade team to turn that data around as well. And then this year we were also asked to set a math goal, but because this is the first year that we are working with math data in this way, we don't have any data to share yet. But the next coming year, we will have some data. We'll have 2 data points that we'll be able to start sharing that data with you. And we want to thank you for your time and your support. And we are requesting formal board approval of the early learning plan for the 22-23 school year as required by legislation.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? It is on the very first year of implementation. What's our next step? Does this need to be approved in a general meeting?
Yes, it does need to be approved, yes.
Okay. No, in the August general meeting is okay? Okay.
I have a question for the board, not for literacy in any way. The thing that it concerns me that their goals don't match our goals as written in ENS 401. And I wonder why. Why don't we make them the same goals? We break ENS 401 into elementary, all K3 into one category that we're going to measure by Acadians. I would love to see a kindergarten goal, a first grade goal, a second grade goal, a third grade goal, instead of just a group K3. I love their goals, but their goals don't match our board's goals in the ENS policy, and I just think that's an issue that we as a board need to address. The practice of this district very much is measuring its success on reading achievements, literacy achievements, and that is not reflected in our ENS policies, and I think it should be. So that's a comment for the board, not for you guys, but I very much appreciate you setting a standard, and I think the board needs to catch up to it.
Should I put that down as a future agenda?
I would like to see that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Can I just chime in that these numbers are really incredible compared with where we've been? And to say that year after year, I don't know when we last reached that kindergarten goal.
As far as I know, we've never reached the kindergarten goal.
So in just 1 year out of the most strict restrictions in the pandemic that got in the way of instruction, to have that kind of result where teachers were trained during the pandemic, during the worst days of the pandemic, and to have that kind of progress is really remarkable. And that's true at every grade level. You see the 16% for second grade, but that's pretty amazing given that they went through everything that Michelle described, and we still made that kind of progress, which in the past our goal was just to maintain so that things didn't get worse over time. Because you're tested at the beginning of the year, then you're tested at a higher standard later in the year. So if you're not making that progress, then you drop. So this represents a ton of work, a ton of vision on the part of the people you've heard from today, and just lots of administrators, teachers, and ESPs, all lifting together and making this happen. So I'm absolutely thrilled with these results, and I know we have even bigger success ahead of us. So
Thank you. Thank you for all you've done. And just like Dr. Godfrey said, it was a team effort with everybody. Thank you to all of our administrators, our teachers, our ESPs, all of the support throughout the district. This reached down to, everybody. It was all hands on deck. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
Can we get a copy of your presentation?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, our next agenda item is a potential exception to watering moratorium. Mr. Dunford.
General rule is that until the board takes action, we continue with the action that has been taken in the past. Last year, meaning summer of 21, we imposed a watering moratorium on our fields. In harmony with what everyone else was doing and what the state was recommending. And then towards the end of the summer, we had several groups approach us and say, the moratorium interferes considerably with our sport. And this board granted early access for the fields, the competitive fields, and the moratorium continued on everything else, the watering strips, and all of that. And so we were a little hesitant as a facilities group to just grant that early access without giving the board an opportunity to say, yes, I intend that last year's rules apply. So what we're asking is, do you again want to grant early access sometime mid-August to some of these little league groups that use our fields? We would need to start watering those fields earlier to bring them up to competitive standards by the middle of August. Everything else is under the same moratorium until the end of August. So facilities is asking this board, do you still want to grant early access to some of these teams and start watering those portions that they would need access to a little bit earlier than everything else?
Mr. Dunford, the one thing I would clarify of what you just stated is the additional watering is not to bring the fields up to a competitive standard. It is to bring them up to a usable standard that won't utterly destroy the grass to the point that it'll never grow back. That we're not making these pristine fields of green. We're making them so that kids can run and participate in the sports that they want to without us having dirt fields by the end.
So if you need a motion, President, I can make a motion, but that's our request as Facilities Committee, is to do what we did last year and grant the same early access a little bit before we would normally end the moratorium and in the end of August.
Propose that this be evaluated every year?
Well, yes.
I didn't want the same concern to be brought up if it was something that you wanted. I just didn't know what the conversation was as facilities.
We did not ask the board whether or not you wanted to impose a moratorium this year, because we just felt like, given the circumstance, that was a no-brainer. But we didn't feel like this is a no-brainer, because we're talking about ending a moratorium on certain fields before our community necessarily thinks we should. So we wanted the board to weigh in and say, yes, I'm okay bringing those fields up to a usable standard for Little League.
I have a question. So school's starting August 17th. Do we need to bring the fields up to usable standards before school starts, before kids are playing on them at recess? Mr. Thomas, would you like to come to the table?
We can certainly do that. You know, if you look at some of our fields, I mean, they look dead. They're dormant. They're going to come back. A good example is South Road Middle School. I know Bingham uses that for soccer, and it's in pretty rough shape. And so the idea is to get the water. You know, we took the water down to 2 times per week, and as a result, we have what we have. It does look dead. It'll come back, and Dave Rostrom says it'll be about 3 weeks before we can have it looking decent. That was some mild fertilizer on it. But as far as kids coming back, there's just a big difference between kids with sneakers on the lawn versus kids with cleats on the lawn. So, but yeah, it's not a bad idea to start adjusting the water back up for the return of school for students in recess.
I don't know what state agency regulates, but provides us the guidelines as to what needs to be. What are they communicating to us as far as watering standards and that sort of thing?
So the state never really, that I'm aware of, came out. Last year they came out with a declaration, you remember that? And we kind of went off of that. And then this year there were just recommendations. The state made the recommendation again that we cut back water. And then all of the local agencies said the same thing. Cities and things like that said, you know, we asked people to cut back 10, 20% on their watering. So we've just tried to comply with local recommendations, but nothing official to my knowledge has come out. We've just tried to do our part, I guess. And as you drive by, some fields look better than others. I mean, we think some people are kind of overriding the 2 times per week, but overall, I mean, some of the schools look pretty rough.
Who has the ability to override?
Custodians, they're just watering clocks, so they can certainly get in there if they don't like the look of it and kick it on. I guess some look poor, some look really bad, and some look better than others.
Applaud the district's efforts for cutting back. You don't have any data offhand of how much water we've saved, do you?
I don't yet. We probably will at the end of the summer when we get those. We can do a comparison and kind of look at what the water use was. But it's obvious we've used less water.
I mean, I think we all are very conscientious of the balance we strike here with wanting to be good stewards, wanting to be good community participants in reserving our water and preserving that. At the same time, our communities have a very strong desire to utilize these fields, and they're their fields. And so I'm very open to the idea of starting that process to get these back up into usable shape, and allow our community members to start utilizing those in the way that they do in the fall.
So, President, I'll make an official motion. I move that we direct staff to begin now to bring our field areas into usable shape and to grant access as soon as they believe that those fields are usable.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to begin immediately the process of bringing the fields back up to a usable space and grant access at the discretion of our staff as to when they think the fields are usable. Is there a discussion to that motion? And you think that's about a 3-week process?
According to Mr. Rostrom, he said that would probably be best if we waited about 3 weeks.
So if we start today, we should have it before school starts.
Yeah, that would be right about the time school starts. Okay, any other questions or discussion? All in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item is a discussion on a potential presentation for our Truth and Taxation hearing. Truth and Taxation is next Tuesday, 6 p.m., Riverton High School.
President, I know this is kind of hitting you cold, so allow me to explain, but I think you should lead the discussion. While you were gone, there was a discussion about, last time we held a Truth and Taxation hearing, we made an initial presentation. It was a video presentation. We welcomed everyone and then showed the video presentation. It was our presentation to the public as to why we felt like this tax increase was necessary. And then those who came late to the presentation after the initial beginning, that presentation was shown in the lobby so that they could watch it before they came in and discuss the board. We realize that we as a board have had no discussion about having any type of formal presentation. We've done some social media posts saying, here's our financial situation, here's some facts that you need to know, but we've never really made a formal presentation to the public about this tax increase. And so we put it on the agenda to discuss, do we want to have a presentation initially? Yes or no? And if yes, what should that presentation include? So that's why, while you were gone, that item got added to the agenda.
Okay, thoughts on, first of all, having a presentation at the beginning? And we'll get to what should be in it. Do you have a recommendation?
Very much so. I think it's a little bit too late to make a video presentation, but I think we could have some poster-sized bullet points or a statement that was read by you at the beginning. I think we ought to have something tangible for the public to say, here's what we're presenting to you. Rather than this meeting simply be, come tell us your thoughts. We need to make a formal presentation to say, here's why we're bringing this issue before the public.
And I agree. I think a lot of people will come wanting to know more. And I think a presentation is helpful. Like you say, even just a PowerPoint presentation.
Or even a flyer that we just hand out that they could read while they're sitting there.
Let me just ask Dr. Godfrey, do you think it's out of question that we couldn't have a video ready with all of the information that we have done up to this point? I don't want to put you on the spot either, but your opinion?
I'm never going to say it's out of the question for us to do something that the board asks us to do. That would be a Herculean task between now and Tuesday.
Right.
But if that is something that is important to the board in terms of connecting with constituents, we'll make it happen and we'll make it high quality.
And then what about a PowerPoint presentation?
We can do that as well.
Not quite as Herculean.
Less mythical in scope.
Well, so from my perspective, this presentation needs to be from the Board of Education. This is not a presentation created, produced, and presented by the administration. This is a presentation from the Board of Education as to why we, the elected representatives of the people of this area, find it necessary at this point in time. This is our job. This is on the 7 of our shoulders and nobody else. And so I feel pretty strongly that this needs to be a presentation created and presented by us as the board. Are you volunteering to shoot the video? No, I don't. I think it's too late to do a video. I think it's way too late to do a video. I would be happy to put together a presentation if that's the direction we want to head. I have ideas as to how I think should present that presentation at the at the meeting. I love the idea of then taking some of those slides, creating some poster boards or some handouts that can be then provided. But I think at this point, no more than 10 minute, people are there to express their views, express their ideas. They don't need a long lecture from us, but I think one that's got that information. I think that's vital to what we're doing that night.
I do really like the idea of having a flyer too, so that they've got something tangible they can take to their seat, especially if they weren't there right at the beginning for the presentation that they can read over.
That's what I was gonna say. I really like the flyer idea.
Okay, any other thoughts? A PowerPoint presentation, no more than 10 minutes, and a flyer?
Know if I would say a flyer per se, but we have been gathering slides for the past few months, more than few months. And then John did send us an email with some information as well. I mean, these are kind of they are the slides that we have been going over as a board. And we can kind of distinguish, maybe make some type of a packet or.
So Jen, let me ask you this. I love the data, I love the slides that have been presented, but what story is that telling our taxpayers? How are we supposed to take that data and understand why this tax increase is necessary at this time?
I mean, it is showing that we haven't asked as much from our taxpayers as in comparison as other districts or even as the state average. I mean, to me, some of the PowerPoints or some of the slides that we have shared on social media, and I'm not saying just go with that information, but it is creating a message as to where we are as a district and where we should be to be on average with the rest of the state.
Let's switch into content then, since we have switched that way. Does everyone think there needs to be a presentation at the beginning?
Yes.
We're all there on that. Okay. What content is important for that presentation then? You mentioned how we compare with other districts.
Can I make a proposal?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the board if that's okay.
The Matt Young board.
Taking over the board.
That was the Bryce's board.
I'm not threatened in the
board.
slightest.
Board.
First thing we need to do is acknowledge this is a big ask. And that we're not doing it lightly. That's the lead-in, is that's the first slide that I know you didn't intend to articulate it this way.
Mm-hmm.
We are asking a lot of
Yes.
our taxpayers, even right now.
Mm-hmm.
What those slides show is that the economic dynamics of our district, for us to keep pace with the districts in the rest of the metro area, we have to ask a little bit more.
Yeah.
Even to keep pace or economically. And so I think we need to acknowledge that this is a big ask. I think the second slide would be I don't know if review is the right word, but what our current state of education is. Meaning, as much as we tried, as significant of an effort as we made during the COVID years, our students came back with new and unique challenges. And what those challenges are require us to look at things differently and provide a different educational product and delivery system. And so I think that would be kind of the next slide, next category.
Can I pause you for just one second?
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm thinking Daryl probably can't hear this because it's not on a mic and he can't see. So, Daryl, if you check your email, I'm about to share a document where I'm transcribing whatever Matt's saying.
Perfect, and I can hear him.
Oh,
Thank
perfect.
you. I can't see it, but thank you.
The upside and the downside of being a loudmouth. Number 3 is, what is our, the plan to address those issues? That's 1D, forgive me. In other words, how are we going to use the money? Where are those dollars going? Number 4, why an increase? Why an increase? Meaning, have we looked in the cushions for the change? Have we looked at the other things around us and said, what can we do without? What can we change? Why is it falling on the shoulders of our taxpayers? And this can be where we show some of those slides that we just are in a different circumstance than a lot of areas around us. And then I think 5th, kind of in connection with it, some of the ways we are. Where are we saving some money? I don't know how many of our constituents know what percentage of our transportation fleet is sitting on natural gas vehicles right now. And the millions of dollars that's saving us as gas prices are increasing, we're able to keep in and maybe find some areas where we are doing that, and then basically looping back up to that, all in 10 minutes or less. There's a lot of content that can be, but I think this is where I would go with any kind of a presentation. With regards to why at this point do we need to do this?
Well done, thank you. Thoughts and comments?
I like this. If you do a flyer, I think it'd be really easy to put a little Scantron on there. Whatever they call those.
QR code.
Yeah, thanks. QR code that would link them then to the presentations we have on the website.
And speaking of website, thank you to our communications department for putting that information on our website. It's been really good, really helpful information.
So, President, I think you need to give that presentation. I like that it's clear that Matt's head has been processing that. I would propose that you two put your heads together and come up with a outline and send it to the board when it's available.
I was going to propose that our finance committee chair give the presentation.
I think both
think
of
it
those
needs to be the
options are very
president.
strong.
Yeah.
No,
It needs to be the president or me?
My struggle is that I voted against going out for this truth and taxation increase.
You individually, but your position
just
is that
representing
you
the
are the
board.
voice of the board.
Either way is fine.
So We're talking about like just a presentation, a slide presentation with voiceover.
No,
No, with just explanation, like live
A
presentation.
live presentation. So no audio. Oh.
No
Oh, a
pre-recorded
live
audio.
presentation
Spoken
at
at
the
the
beginning.
podium.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
Yep.
thought we were talking about something playing in the foyer as they came in.
That's what we did last time.
Okay.
And so to supplement that, or not supplement, to replace that, given our timing, would be maybe some posters or something with some of the data on there.
Well, it is interesting that there is almost the same number of points as members of the board.
Yep.
It'd be easy to just trade off a slide each.
I really like that.
great approach.
That's a great approach.
I like the idea that it feels unified. It feels like it's coming from the board, as you expressed earlier.
And the number 4, the Y and increase, will have probably more content than the others, so that could even be split up into a couple people.
4A and 4B, yeah.
Yeah.
And even our plan to address the issues is going to be big. I was toying in my mind, I shouldn't say not well-developed thoughts, but about like what would happen in our district if we didn't ask for this increase? You know, what kinds of things would we then be having to do without? I don't know if we want to go down that road, but it was a stray thought that crossed my mind.
How does everyone feel about everybody taking a piece of the presentation?
I like it.
And
So how does everyone feel about writing your own piece?
What would you all like me to take a first stab, have something to everybody by Friday that you could then, and then the leadership can decide who's doing what, or you people can chime in and say, I'd like to do this one. I mean, if you're seeing one on there, maybe that's what, if you're seeing one that you really like on there, let me know, and then you can provide me some things that you want in there, and just put something that has a flow to it by Friday. That gives everyone the weekend to process their part.
would you feel open to maybe a couple of us meeting together to get that going, or would you rather just attack it yourself?
So my availability this week is like
I figured that
8
would be.
and 9 o'clock at night to midnight or 1 in the morning, and so that's going to be the
my
trouble.
usual time, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's the trouble, is finding a good collaboration time. That's going to be difficult for that. But I can shoot to have it sooner than Friday so that we can, we can digest it and put it back together and do all of that.
I'm fine with that, sure.
Thank you. Any other board members? Is everyone else okay with that?
Very much so.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So I'm interested in this idea of what would happen if we didn't. Does that come across as threatening and negative? That's a genuine, I don't know. Or is it just the reality that, yeah, we did consider that, and this is where we'd be? What are your thoughts?
I'll admit it does come across as a little driver's ed, bloody video, you better drive right or this is going to happen to you, scare you to death type thing.
I think your third point kind of covers that in a more positive way. What are we using the money for would suggest if we don't have this money, this is what we will not be able to use it on.
Yeah,
we wouldn't
yeah.
be able to use it.
Kind of written into it, I think, yeah.
And I agree to a certain extent, but I do believe that there are some limitations that we have been up against. Not limitations. There are expectations as a board that we be to a certain percentage that we have to be to.
Expound on that.
With the board levy, we have to be at a certain percentage.
Gotcha, okay.
And I do think
For us to
that,
contribute, for us to participate in the state funds,
Right.
we have to
State
be at a
yeah,
certain
I do
level.
think that that is a good key point to be sharing with the public.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so
That's not
too.
something that we can take accountability for on that. We have to take accountability for everything else, but we also have to comply with the rules that are being given to us.
We want state funding.
If
if we
we want,
choose
yes.
to, yeah, to participate in that, yeah. Yeah. Okay,
I clearly think we need to state which item on the tax bill we have control over and which ones we don't.
see, I thought the presentation was pretty, when I got my tax bill, I thought it was very clear who was responsible for the state levy. It said, I mean, right next to it, I mean, for the local levy, it shows show up on August 2nd at this time to address your, and then that one says HB, whatever whichever House bill it was. And so, maybe that's because I have been involved in this too long, but I mean, that to me was clearly, oh, that's a legislative matter, not a county. Do you think that was still not deceptive, but that most people wouldn't put that together, Daryl?
My experience this summer, I got a booth at Riverton Harriman Days, and that was before the notices did go out. But
Yeah.
most people don't understand that, and so I'm good either way. And I just think they look past that and look at the bottom number. They were
Absolutely.
actually looking even past the school, and they're looking at their total tax contribution overall.
I think that might be a great poster for the lobby. A sample tax notice with some call outs that say what this is, and what this is.
That's an awesome idea. I love that.
And we can also touch on that when we're acknowledging that this is a big ask. We can specify what our ask is.
Daryl, do you want to volunteer your property tax notice for the example?
Sure. I think we could get a pretty generic one, but
When did those notices go
I'm
out?
good.
A week
When
ago.
did they go out?
Last
about
week.
like last.
Okay.
Mine on Friday.
I haven't got
My
notes
accountant
next week
takes
yet.
care of it. She's a wonderful wife.
I like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we have a great outline. Mr. Young will put together a draft and get it out to us by Friday, and then we can add and clarify and decide who's going to do what.
That meeting starts at
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
6 p.m. Riverton High School.
Are we going straight through? We're not limiting it, correct? Or
Correct. I think after 2 hours, we may
We'll
take a
break.
15-minute break but limited, bathroom stretch break.
and then
How long does each person get to speak? Is it 3?
Will it be just our standard rules that we use for patron comments, Mr. Larson?
Within the policy, you have the option to decrease it from 3. The kind of the default is 3, but depending on how many people sign up, you do have the option to go down and say, 2.5 or 2 minutes. That's within your policy. You can do that.
I believe it was 2 minutes last.
I don't recall.
What do you want, board members?
I'm open to our standard 3 minutes. I'd like to keep this as consistent as with our other public comment time. Although if we see that this is going to go 3-4 hours, I'd like to, at the very beginning of the meeting, say that at the point that we hit the 3-hour mark of comment, we're gonna shift that down to 2 minutes. And after another 2 hours of comment, we're gonna shift it down to 1. I mean, set that at the beginning, so that, that they don't think we're changing it as we go. But, I mean,
I think you could do that. I think you should provide some advance notice, because then people, if they really want to sign up first, they can be here to sign up in that first window.
And people need to know how long they have to speak before they come.
yeah. That, I just don't have any idea. I mean, I've participated in a number. I've been on the receiving end of one of these truth and taxations, and I don't know if we have any concept of how many people are going to be there.
One thing that may need to be addressed tonight is whether or not we're going to be taking email comments.
Thank you. And they don't need to be there at the beginning to sign up. They can come anytime during the meeting and still sign up and speak, correct? Like, do we put a cutoff time?
Okay, great question. Last time there was a cutoff time at 8:30. So up until 8:30, they needed to sign up. And that was enough. It seemed to work fine last time, and that was on the agenda. And I think we even posted some things as well about that.
I think that makes sense to have a cutoff time to sign up by. We don't want them to show up at 9 and have us speak on or something.
Well, yeah, because once comment is concluded, then it turns back to the board for action. So someone can't come after the fact and then say, well, but now I'm here at 10 o'clock at night and you ended the meeting at 9:30. Yeah. If you do a cutoff time, you are guaranteeing that you will meet for at least that long.
What time do you want for the cutoff?
Feels fair.
8:30? Okay.
And John, can we set up 2 microphones again, like we did last time?
Yeah, that's already planned.
Left and a right, A and B, odds and evens.
Yeah.
For and against, or just alternate every other?
So similar to last time, we're hoping to put up on the screens on either side
Next 5 speakers.
the next several, so that they can see them. And then, President, if you'll announce like you normally do, next up is, and so-and-so's next up, so that they're ready. But they can also see it on the screen to say, oh, I'm coming up. I better use the bathroom right now, or whatever they need to, so that they're prepared and ready. We're hoping to have that set up with the electronic sign-in, just having a separate grouping that would be displayed up on the screen.
An on-deck chair.
Yeah, I think the chairs up front usually are empty, but we could reserve some if you wanted as well.
Not too many people come to the front row anyway.
No.
Okay, so 8:30 cutoff, 3 minutes to speak until 9 o'clock, and then it'll be 2 minutes to speak till 10, and then it'll be 1 minute to speak. You okay with that?
So, Paul, that would just go on the agenda itself.
Yeah, I would put that on the agenda, and we can do some online notice, just where we would typically.
Yeah, if it's on the agenda, then it gets the online piece as well. That's what I was thinking. Okay, thank you.
Well, I just said I felt like maybe 1 minute was too limiting. That's just my opinion. I just feel like that's kind of a slap in the face, but I don't know. It's just my opinion.
It is after 4 hours of hearing public comment.
Granted.
But if I sat there for 4 hours waiting my turn, and I came with 3 minutes, yeah, I'd be open to 2.
Are we going to limit them
or just let them keep speaking like we sometimes do?
The time. I don't have a kill switch.
That's a kill for the microphone.
Yeah,
you
right, a
mean-
switch
you mean
to
a
turn off the
hard
microphone.
cutoff.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Like
will-
at 10, we're
Will
done.
the 3-minute, no,
Oh,
I'm saying
okay.
will a
3-minute
3-minute speech blur into 5 sometimes? Or are we actually going to hold to that?
I think we need to hold to that.
I typically say please wrap it up,
Yeah,
but they go another 30 seconds generally.
We usually give them a little bit before you remind them. I mean, it beeps, we give them 30 seconds, then you might remind them, then we give, I'm just saying, like not that I don't want to hear them, but I want everybody who wants a chance to have that opportunity.
What are we doing about email? Sorry, I keep trying to flip
Yeah,
over.
no, we need to discuss email.
And we didn't ever say after 10 o'clock, is it 2 minutes or when?
I would be in favor of keeping it at 2. But that's,
Is everyone okay
that's
with
just me.
2 o'clock? 2 minutes at 10 o'clock.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, 9 o'clock.
2 minutes.
2 minutes at 9 o'clock.
No change after that.
Yeah.
Okay. Email comments. How should we handle email comments?
I would be in favor of not doing email. We're in a large enough space where people can keep distanced if that's what they're worried about.
And I would ask on the notification that all email comments be sent previously to the board. They need to be submitted before the meeting begins and sent directly to the board.
But are we going to read them?
Not read, but sent to the board. That's what I would prefer.
Well, let's clarify that. They will be read. They just won't be read in the open meeting.
Which means we need to have
Which means we need to have them with enough time to read before the meeting starts.
Does anyone want them read in the meeting? Okay, so we will take email comments up to 6 o'clock. Board members will read them. Mr. Larson,
normally email comments are up till 3 o'clock.
which would make sense if we're going to read them before 6.
Right.
That would be helpful.
I mean, you can do 6 if you wish, and then send them as fast as I can. But
3 o'clock cutoff for email comments.
And they're emailing board comments? That
And
email?
then, yeah, I think that makes sense to have them keep doing board comments because that's what we typically do, and then you'll forward them to us. Does that work?
yeah, for that day, I may ask some programming be done to automate it.
Okay.
So President, what if you at the beginning of the meeting made an acknowledgement that we have received email comments from and you read quickly the list? Just so they know my comment it didn't
Was
just disappear.
received and
I like that.
and read.
If you just simply said, we'd like to acknowledge that we've received email comments from the following people, and quickly read over the list of their names.
I like that though, because that way
Their name got
it is on
said,
public record that they
but we
emailed
didn't take
us.
3 minutes.
Will some people email just one of you, or I don't know? I guess they'll email all of you.
Well, we'll ask
They've gotta
them
go
in the
through a certain
notice to
channel
go through board comments
If
at
they want to be part of
jordandistrict.org.
that.
I'm sure we will get some individual emails too.
You just wouldn't be acknowledging those, but the official emails, I guess, you would acknowledge. So
Yeah, so the acknowledgement is from board comments, not from others.
email board comments, not just emails received.
Is everyone okay with that? Okay. Anything else? Let's summarize. Mr. Larson, make sure we both heard the same thing. We're going to have a presentation at the beginning, about 10 minutes. We're going to have a flyer available. we are going to allow people 3 minutes to speak. Until 9 o'clock, then we will allow them 2 minutes to speak. They can sign up anytime before 8:30. That is our cutoff. If they want to email the whole board their comment, they need to do that by 3 p.m. And we will acknowledge the names of the emails we received, but not read their content. Correct? Okay.
And around the 2 hour mark, you say we're going to break? Is that
Short break.
Yes, 8 o'clock, short break.
And then just so that everyone's prepared, that who hasn't been through this, at the end of at the end of all the comments, a motion and an action has to be taken with regards to whether we continue with the rate as stated on the property tax statement, or if we're going to make an adjustment. So all of us need to be prepared to take a final vote in that meeting, to conclude that meeting.
Okay, Mr. Larson. Anything else?
Have a thought. If you take a break at 8, people come back and people are then told at 9 o'clock, oh, sorry, you just missed the cutoff. I just wondered if the break and the time difference from the 3 to the 2 minutes could be coordinated somehow so that there's a little bit of a hard reset.
That's a good idea.
Otherwise, you're going to be whoever's speaking at 9 o'clock. And then the next person, oh, I'm sorry, you get 2 minutes.
On the break at 9?
We're also saying 8:30 is the time for, you can no longer sign up, right? I don't know if that
So I
matters.
would say 8:30.
Yeah, what if we took a break at 8:30?
At 8:30, everything.
And then switch to 2-minute comments after 8:30?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's take a break at 8:30, and then after 8:30 will be 2-minute comments.
And then, President, I'd say you have the prerogative if there's only 5 or 6 people left on the list. Yeah, the 3 minutes is fine. You know, if there's still 100 people on the list, then.
Okay, anything else?
Do you want to just say there may be another break? I just, there may be a need. A discretionary one, another hour and a half, 2 hours later, just
At
so that
10:30?
it's there.
Hoping we don't
And
need that, but
Should we
thanks.
just set the first break and say, at the board's need, there may be further breaks?
Yes, that's a good
After.
idea, and not set the time. That's good. Anyone remember what time we finished last time?
I think it was 10:30. 10:30, 11 maybe even.
It's so clearly.
Okay, anything else for truth and taxation? Okay, next Tuesday.
You're not planning a meal. I would prefer not to break for a meal, but just maybe.
A snack. Okay, our next item of discussion is on administrative policies AA 419, student conduct, dress and appearance, and AA 402, advancement, promotion, and graduation of students. And this relates specifically to a discussion on using outdoor venues for graduation and tribal regalia and other cultural wear at graduations. So, Mr. Sorensen, welcome.
Well, hello, thanks for having me. Just quick for discussion or kind of a report maybe of how things went. I think our schools were happy with how things went. I think they were happy with the option of being able to have, although Harriman High was the only one that had it outdoors, I think they were grateful for the chance to have it outdoors. I think the exception that was made for dress seemed to be well received. I do think there were some comments or feedback from principals that I received are just kind of still along the same line of the number of lays, decorating the
lays.
mortarboard as a possible thought. And but other than that, I think they all felt that the ceremonies went relatively well.
Is there any feedback along that lines of wishing we would limit the number of lays or what's on a mortarboard?
Some had expressed that, not all of them. I don't want to say all our principals did. I had a couple that had expressed the potential of limiting it to one lay. But as we've discussed before, the challenge of that, sometimes those lays come from different levels and different family members and what they look like. So there wasn't a strong opinion of that limitation on that. But there were some that it gives a clear direction if you were to put a number, but not necessarily dying to have that in policy or in place either.
Okay, feedback from graduation. What are your thoughts?
Did Copper Hills limit students to X number of tickets? Clearly you can't fit the same number of people in their football stadium. Harriman, excuse me. Did Harriman limit graduates?
I don't think they did, actually.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. I don't believe they limited that.
I was under the impression that they did, and they had two different sets of tickets to give out. If it was rainy and bad weather, they had an indoor ticket, and then they had an outdoor. I thought they limited it 4, but we might want to check that.
4 for the indoor and unlimited for the outdoor?
I think it was 4 for outdoor, 2 for indoor, but we may want to verify that.
Yeah, I'd have to verify that. I, off the top of my head, don't know that.
I have to say, for the most part, I was really pleased. I will say, trying to think of the best way to state this. There was a graduate that came in one of my graduations that was not recognizable in any way, shape, or form. All you could see on the student was their eyes. And their mannerisms in which they came in kind of heightened this feeling of, I don't know who this person is. And I had kind of just looked back at a principal and asked if they knew the student, and they didn't even know the student. I think that there has to be some sort of recognition to the student that is coming out. I think that is a safety measure. And I understand it was kind of a heightened, it was a heightened time already in the world that we live in. And then the mannerisms of the student, and then not being able to see anything. And it had nothing to do with cultural regalia. They were wearing a mask, they were wearing a hat, they were wearing their graduation hat, and I couldn't see anything but their eyes. So.
Which is a violation of AA 419 anyway.
I really want to make it clear that is important for the safety of everybody within the facility.
And I do think that's potentially where the limitation of the number of lays could be a consideration, but yeah.
One of my concerns was, I'll just say it, the candy lays.
Type of lays.
I was not a huge fan.
Potato chips.
I don't know.
Do they have candy lays in Tahiti?
Natural. They were all natural. I saw no candy lays while I was there. What would be the downside of limiting it lays to natural materials?
I think you
They
walk
are.
a
Hour lays
Yeah,
are
they are
expensive.
expensive.
you walk a fine line when you tell people what their custom can be, when you limit their custom. Because someone could make an argument, all my older brothers and sisters received candy lays at graduation. It's a tradition in my family. I think you walk a fine line with you telling them what the limitations are on their cultural regalia. I don't know how to write that. This is
I was
culture.
originally against the candy lays and really against flags and stuff. I think the dress code was written as a law of kind of distraction. Is what you're wearing distracting to the educational, and in this case, in the graduation ceremony. And what I saw was the gown and the cap were very prominent. They weren't, people who wanted to wear flag wore the really nice sash flag. I thought they were dressed really nice. Even the ones with the candy ones it was not overpowering the gown. So that's kind of the line I like is it distracting from the graduation ceremony? And when you have them up to your head, then hopefully an administrator says, hey, this is distracting to the, to the ceremony. And we don't have to define exactly how they administer that. But if we keep in harmony with the original intent of the policy was really to give them power to control that educational environment and graduation environment, using, if it's not distracting, it's probably okay.
I'll weigh in on that. When you leave anything discretionary, it is very difficult to enforce. So if you have a firm number, I'm not suggesting, I'm saying that can be neutral. You just apply it. It's an easy standard. It's not what's distracting, what's not. So it could be a number, it could be, a size, it can be a type. I'm just saying those are more clearly defined, and otherwise it becomes too subjective. Excuse me. Yeah.
And what about using the word distracting? If it's distracting, is that subjective?
I think it is.
What if you said something along the lines of you can't obscure your face, or you still have to be recognizable?
Well, I think you could say something like that. I still think it leaves a lot of room.
Curious, what is the problem with candy lace?
There's no problem with that. It just wasn't cultural. We'd made an exception for cultural, and maybe it is cultural to lots of people. So I stand corrected if that is.
Oh, I really wasn't trying to point anything out. I was just wondering what I was missing.
Yeah, just the intent of our exception was to allow cultural symbols.
And I thought for the most part, things were very appropriate, for the most part. I did see a few taking it to the extreme. I did see a couple who were, they were wrapped in flags. I did not think that was appropriate. I love the sash idea and the cultural significance of that, but I didn't appreciate somebody coming out wrapped in a flag. But
Wrapped in a flag.
They're the
Carrying it
Olympics,
around their
like
shoulder.
Carrying their shoulders.
But
Whole flag.
almost,
Is that a
So to me,
potential?
that would be distracting.
but
Because they
to
were
that
taking
person,
it
it's
off and
not.
leaving.
Could that be a potential limitation then? No flags draped around you?
I think you could
Sashes,
use
I
the
thought
word as a
sashes were
flag
pretty-
sash is okay.
I will say that I was pleased overall. I thought that there were, for the most parts, it was all done very tastefully and was pleased with what I saw. Yeah. And I'm in favor of allowing schools to do outdoor graduations if that's what the school chooses. So we need to give some direction and then bring back a draft of some changes to our policy. Because right now our current policy doesn't allow anything, any decorations to your gown, cap and gown.
Before you do that, can I just bring one more issue up? I
Yeah.
had an opportunity to meet with Candace Perucci and several leaders in our community about religious wear in our athletic events. And our policy doesn't really state whether or not they can wear religious things while they're participating in events. And she's actually looking at running a bill this year, but it might be nice to kind of wrap this into that. I looked through some rule books, and there is a few people that have already put these in their rule books, and like lacrosse, for instance. I don't know that Utah High School Activities Association has weighed in on this. They might have. We could ask Marilyn to check on that, but it would probably be nice just to, while we're on this, to address religious wear during athletic events, or we probably should just say school activities.
So while we're bringing the policy back, address that also.
Does that fall under this policy, or is there a separate athletic activity type policy that would be better?
Is it in our dress code policy?
Nothing regarding what Daryl just described, to my understanding. But if you were to add something in, the student conduct, dress, and appearance, certainly that could be applicable at extracurricular, but we also know that it's a little more open at extracurricular. I'm just thinking of football stands.
Yeah,
right?
is it a concern of what they're wearing when they're playing? Is it a concern of what they're wearing after? Can you elaborate a little bit more?
During playing time, there's some religious symbols that in the past some people have not been able to wear. And so they'd like us to be cautious to those needs of those people
So
in
are
our
we
community.
talking about, like, I can see that you're asked to take off your jewelry as a precaution while you play sports, or are you talking more like, I wear a head covering, it's a part of my religious practice, I'd like to be able to wear that while I play?
That's what the head covering and stuff is what they're talking about.
Okay, but we're not saying, I mean, I can see that maybe you wouldn't want to wear a ring when you play basketball because we don't want to lose any fingers.
Okay,
I just bring that up, and maybe we, as we look at making those changes, we can maybe contact her. We can look at what language she's looking at, and see whether or not we want to include it right now, or wait till the state makes some changes, or see if the Utah High School Activities Association is going to do something, or what.
I know most of those sports adopt kind of the national rules and, based on that particular sport, and some of those might actually be in those rule books. I mean, that's a possibility,
It is in case of lacrosse has added that into theirs. I didn't look at every other sport, but.
Yeah.
So I do have one more question going back to outdoor graduations. I know that at one point there was in our district outdoor graduations. Does anybody have a back history as to why that had gone away?
1998,
Titan and Alta both.
Titan High School.
Wanna
Run for the
elaborate?
hills.
Somebody got hit. Somebody actually almost got hit by a lightning strike.
My brother graduated from Brighton High in '98, and I can still remember they made it about 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes into the ceremony when the skies just opened up and everyone just scattered, and it was and I'll still maintain there's no more amazing place to have a graduation than on Bengal Field. It is just a spectacular location, but it was chaos. But that being said, this last one at Harriman was amazing, and what they have incorporated into what is quickly becoming tradition for them. They know the risks, and I just wonder if I'd hate. I mean, they're building some really neat traditions, and but so I'm open to it. But I remember that year very clearly, just as a spectator. And
I'm not looking to enforce that. I just wanted to know, like, if it's a safety issue, is it, I mean, it could be, it looks like, but they've got it under control.
Yeah, they would just follow the same type of guidelines, I think, that they do with their outdoor activities now. They structure and things in place if they're to do that, to be mindful of.
Would we need to change policy? Is there a policy that needs to change in order to authorize outdoor graduations?
There's nothing in policy right now that says they cannot have their graduation ceremonies outside.
Do they counsel with you?
Yeah, with each other. We all counsel. I mean, we all lean on each other when it comes to those kind of conversations.
So it's an open discussion amongst principals and with their immediate supervisor. The superintendent has a chance to weigh in.
Yeah, and there are pros and cons to doing it both ways. And
Which I have obviously discussed.
Correct. And not everybody plans to do it outdoors or plans to do it in. I mean, I think it really allows for that school's independent conversations. And, as we said, we've seen some do it really successful. I think what we found is the outdoor ones are most successful at night, simply because of what we all went through at 10 a.m. in the morning. And it was just really, and that's the other thing. Weather has all kinds of, it can be rain and lightning, but it can be heat, it can be wind, there's a lot of variables that they have to take into account if that's the direction they decide to go.
I, for one, trust that body and don't feel a need to impose board direction on that issue.
How does everyone else feel on the outdoor graduation issue?
It does create a lot of contention in the community when one way is selected by one school and one way is selected by the other, and then half the school wanted to do it the other way. So we open ourselves to more criticism. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I've gone to every graduation at RSL Academy High School because of my role there with the district, and they're always outdoor, and there's never been a perfect weather one there. That's always been too hot or too windy or whatever, but they're always been nice. And so I think you just got to know what your consequences of whatever we decide to do and be able to deal with those.
And have a backup plan.
Yes.
And scatter.
Okay, so is everyone okay allowing, not making any changes to outdoor graduations? Okay.
Can I just clarify? So that means that there's not a restriction on holding outside graduations, and there's not a restriction on the time of day if they want to hold that in the evening, because that would be the ideal weather for an outside graduation. That's also acceptable.
And that could mean that every school could do one at the same time if they all chose an evening outdoor graduation.
How would we attend?
That's their ploy.
Can I make a comment on that? Because in my community, my city leaders really want to be supportive of the two schools that they have in their city limits. And we held them almost in conflicting times, because the one in UVU was so late in the day, they had to almost make a choice. So my question would be, does that have to be on the same day? Can we stagger them by a day? It was just hard for two graduations to be held at conflicting times for my community.
I think this is about the graduates, and we do what's best for the school and the graduates. or let the schools figure that out.
That could just be a talking point when your team gathers.
Sure, if they're planning, Valley High School does theirs a day before the others typically do theirs. But yeah, we can certainly be mindful. We have 2 schools in the West Jordan city as well, and if they're looking for resources, would it be problematic at the same time like Harriman City? So can certainly be things we talk about.
But I do think it's important that the underlying theme is what President Miller just stated. This is experiences for the students, it's for the graduates, and everything else can be adapted accordingly, I think.
And those are discussions that need to have, though, about, traffic control and police departments and
Yeah.
Safety.
Okay, let's go to dress then. I mean, currently our policy would need to be changed. Because currently we don't allow anything but school issued tassels, sashes, pins, hoods, cowls, mantles, cords, insignias, or medals. We made an exception this year. I'm assuming everyone wants the policy to change. To what level do we change it?
I think that's a long, drawn-out process for a subcommittee, rather than to keep it on this board's agenda month after month.
What would the subcommittee need to figure out?
Legality, fairness, Utah law,
Consistency.
consistency. I think we need to
Patron
speak
input.
to we need to speak to the community. We need to speak to the administrations.
I would be in favor of Mr. Sorensen meeting with high school principals and coming back with a proposal and working with Mr. Van Komen on that. There is the one law that did pass that does need to be factored in, and potentially more laws coming. Anyone else?
I would very much like to see a policy written and respond to it, then generate that policy. I think the board work is best done by saying, is this what you're looking for? No? Okay. Is this what you're looking for? Yes, that's closer. Oh, okay. Rather than taking a lot of board time to smith and generate a policy. I don't think board members necessarily have to write it, but I think someone needs to say, this is legally sound, this meets the approval of the community and the administration. What do you think, board members?
I know. So are you okay tasking Mr. Sorensen with that? Or are you wanting a board committee for that?
Nope, I'm very fine. I'm very much okay with asking staff to do it.
I would like to possibly add that, and I'm worried about stating this because I don't want to draw it out any longer than it needs to be. I do feel that we need to have a clear-cut decision of what we're going to do by January, February, somewhere in there. But I do think it's important for the administrators to get feedback from either a PTA in their school or school community council. If each of the principals that you're working with to have that conversation with either or, that would be suitable for me. But I do think that feedback needs to be given from either PTA or school community council in the high school.
Process we went through last year did not necessarily include a board subcommittee. It was all done by staff, all the surveys, all the reaching out, and they came to the board and made a presentation. That's what I would envision.
Is everyone okay with that direction? What is the general direction we are giving then? I'm hearing that everyone's okay with allowing religious and cultural regalia, allowing anything,
Yeah,
allowing mortarboards to be decorated. What general direction do we want to go?
no, I thought the what was it, cultural and religious?
Regalia?
Yeah. I think that's appropriate. I think we were clear that we didn't want mortarboards decorated.
We didn't state that though.
It was stated and then it was reversed.
Removed.
And so I think that can be something that's done. I think we all need to appreciate the fact that this year was as good as it's going to be. Every year it's going to escalate and evolve. And so, you know, if we knew that what we experienced this year is kind of our new normal, I think we wouldn't have to develop much, but it is going to elevate. So I think that's the spirit of what we're trying to do, is kind of, if we can get some language that captures what we experienced this year, that would be awesome.
I also
No pressure, Brad.
I also think that the more we seemed resistant to doing it, the further the boundaries get pushed. I see neighboring districts who have done this for as long as anyone can remember, and it hasn't escalated yearly. It's just the way it's done. And so I think that we just need to send a clear message that it's our intention to say yes when we can say yes. And so hopefully people don't feel like they have to push us.
Okay, Dr. Godfrey, Mr. Sorensen, do you have enough direction from us? Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I think we'll just do that process. I guess my one question is, although everyone ultimately is working toward graduation, I think our feedback would be from the high school level. Is that right?
Yes.
Do we have a time? We'd like to bring it back.
Approved by January?
I think we all want it as approved as soon as possible, so I'd like January.
Well, I
and,
just know
we'll move-
graduation
yeah,
preparation,
yeah.
I'm sure for high school starts much earlier, but that's when they kind of start sending out information to parents.
We'll get on that committee right away.
Already started.
And since you've already redone 419, you're just doing one subsection of 419.
Correct.
It
That's
shouldn't
the one I'm
be-
looking at.
Okay, and do you want to give him direction to look into athletic wear at the same time?
I'd love to find out, before we even start down that road, if UHSA has some clear
I will check into
standards,
that first
that's
thing.
gonna trump whatever we do, so.
Yeah, I have a meeting in 2 weeks, so.
That'd be great.
All right, thank you. Our next agenda item is a review of Administrative Policy D200, Philosophy of Instruction. That is attached to board docs. In things that are highlighted in yellow are changes that our committee has made since we last discussed this policy, based on your suggestions and recommendations. The board directive is a combination. We pulled two sentences out of the controversial issues board directive that is highlighted in yellow, that says the board holds that one of the fundamental purposes of education is to teach youth how to think and take a position when confronted with alternative choices. Therefore, schools have an obligation to allow students a forum for examination and discussion of differing perspectives which arise in connection with teaching of the Utah core standards. And then the other sentence that we added is the last one. The board recognizes that public education is a partner with parents who play the primary role in educating their children. There was something already in D200, the philosophy of instruction, that talked about a shared responsibility. And we decided to pull that into the board directive also. Other changes made, we added Utah State core standards. Let me see what letter I'm on. C9. Last time it was not include discussion of the teacher's personal political affiliations or viewpoints, and then we added and maintain an impartial and unprejudiced role throughout instruction. And that was in the controversial issues policy that we pulled over. We also talked about parents could ask for an alternate assignment, but all it said was request. It didn't say we had to grant it, so it's now request and receive. And then D8 is a new section. The teacher is responsible to prepare lesson plans, which include clear, concise goals for the study unit, provide content for that. I think we have a word missing here. Provide content that is age appropriate for the age of students being taught. Provide students with the option without penalty of an alternate assignment, and emphasize the academic aspect of the content and refrain from advocating a position. Another new statement is that secondary teachers shall send home disclosure statements as outlined in policy AA432. So that's already a policy, but I requested we add that just as an important part of philosophy of instruction, because that's where a lot of people are looking to find out what's taught in my child's class. And I thought we needed to mention that disclosure statements are sent home. And I'd also like to bring back the disclosure statement policy at a future board meeting. I think it'd be really helpful if there was a link in our disclosure statements to the Utah core standards, so that if they're reading over the disclosures for the class, if applicable, if there are standards for that class, there's a link to it and people can see, here's exactly what's being taught in this class. And then we added some guidelines for guest speakers. And then under F, the process for reporting and resolving concerns, we added that there would be a response provided to the degree possible. Again, request and receive. And then the last one is that parents are encouraged to contact their child's teacher at the beginning of the year or semester with any questions or concerns about course content or with requests to opt out of content.
So I remind the board that our assignment was to take the best of the controversial issues policy that could fit in D200. So what's universal to all teaching that we could put in a D200 policy? That's what we've done. So the question on the table is there anything here that doesn't fit in a generic philosophy of instruction? I didn't mean to say generic, but a all-consuming philosophy of instruction policy. Does something not fit? Is something still missing? And then the next question on the table is, what was left in the controversial issues policy that doesn't fit in D200? And is that a significant amount that we should still tweak the controversial issues policy? So we took the assignment to take the best of the other and put it into this policy. Have we succeeded?
And our philosophy is, rather than try to define what's controversial, so the teacher, is making some subjective decision about whether or not I need to apply this policy, to take general principles that apply to all instruction. These are the standards we need to follow for all instruction.
No matter what you're teaching, it needs to fall under these guidelines.
And I guess that's the biggest question, is, are we on the right track in combining those two policies?
This feels good. I honestly haven't had a chance to look at this side by side with that and say, yes, this nails that. And so I'd like that opportunity. But this, I think you are heading in the right direction. I don't know if right now is the time, but there are a couple of phrases in the board directive that I wouldn't mind having a discussion about, but we don't need to do that tonight if the purpose today was just to introduce it. If the purpose today is we're going to approve it next time, then that's a different story. But if it's just to introduce it and just kind of say, are we on the right track, I think it's really good.
And what I would like to see happen is we are going to meet again as a committee. If I could let you know when that meeting is and give you a deadline that you take some time to dive into this and provide us feedback before we meet again, that would be really helpful. I would like to, after we meet again, hopefully get to the point where we can have this policy be public the next time we have it on an agenda so that we can start getting some more specific feedback from public.
So the feedback we're looking for is, did we capture everything that should be in a general philosophy of teaching policy? Did we capture that in D200? Or do you find something missing that's not in D200? And then we need eventually to know, okay, what does that now do to our controversial issues policy?
Yes, is that something that we then end up retiring because now it's included in
Because we
here?
moved everything over to D200, and now all philosophy is under those same policy principles. Or do we still need a policy for specific discussions when those issues come up?
And then just an overall philosophy of instruction, is this clear? Do parents understand what the philosophy is? Do teachers understand what they need to do? So that is the feedback we would like. Okay, anything specific right now?
At that time, then we would still have to address the title of the policy if we were to keep it open.
Correct.
Yeah, so the plan right now is to retire that policy and just have this policy.
One thought that I'm having is, as I've spoken with state representatives, it does seem like transparency bills are still coming to the floor next year, and what they're looking for is a controversial issues policy. Do we just go back to it if we have to later?
Ask them to define controversial issues. If the legislature defines it, then we'll have a
So,
policy for it.
I'm just saying, is this the right time to change it out of our vernacular?
To me, to several points that have been made, I think as we worked as a committee, what we did was, what was lost is this idea that are concepts that are inherently controversial, and that there's a clear line that if these topics are treated this way and these topics are treated another way. But I think there's more access for parents and clarity and oversight than there was previously.
It's better for
I agree.
parents and
I
teachers.
absolutely agree. That's just my only. Seems like they want it now.
Well, and the legislature did pass a law, and then board rule R277328 with 4 specific things that they did determine shouldn't be included in instruction, and that is in this policy.
You guys are on the right track. I really appreciate your work.
And on the transparency issue, the reason I wanted to look at our disclosure policy also is I think that is a good way to improve transparency. If they link to the core standards, parents can go right there and say, yep, here's everything being taught in this class.
Anthony, did you produce a yellow line copy of AA 410 as to what was taken out? Or just the D200? What was added in?
only what was added in.
So there's nothing we can give you about AA 410 that says, here's what was moved out. You'll just have to make a mental note of that. But what we're looking to ask are those basic questions. Did we get everything into the philosophy of instruction policy that should? And eventually we're going to ask, what do we now do with what's left? Did we move it all? Or there are things that just don't fit in philosophy of instruction, and what do we do with those things?
Okay, so if everyone's okay, I will email you and let you know when our committee is going to meet again and ask for your feedback prior to that.
So there's just one piece in the board directive that I don't know if I'm going to be able to articulate in an email.
Okay.
For some reason, this fundamental purpose of education is to teach youth how to think. Glad it doesn't say what to think. I'm definitely glad that, but I don't know why that's feeling to me a little bit on the line of thought police, or I mean, I think our role is to help youth receive data, process that information, synthesize that information, and draw conclusions from that. Maybe I just defined what thinking is, and therefore, but I don't love how that doesn't feel good to me, I guess. And wonder if we need to refine that to more clearly express what it is that public education is supposed to be about. Because how to think, I know what the intent to that is, but I know that phrase can be interpreted in a couple of different ways that I don't want there to be any ambiguity there.
If you just add the word critically, how to think critically and take a position. Because we are telling them, we want you to learn the process of thought, how to take things apart, analyze them. I mean, we tell our students that they're learning to think critically in almost every classroom in the district.
That might, yeah, I don't have an answer right now. That's a great
Good suggestion.
suggestion.
Okay, that's good. That's helpful. We can have that discussion in more detail.
Like that.
Anything else?
Would it be helpful for us to analyze controversial issues and show you what language was moved over and what language was not? I mean, it'll be a little distracting because we changed instructor to teacher to be consistent, and so it'll be a little bit of a patchwork document, which is why we haven't done it to this point.
We could highlight the concepts, the basic sentence that we moved over, even though it's not word for word.
Whatever's helpful. Let us know if that would be useful to you.
I don't know that I need it. I think this gives all of us an opportunity to read for the concepts and making sure that the intent is being addressed. I don't know that I need it to be like, oh, this one's here and that one's there. But if someone else wants it, I don't have a problem.
I can give you my copy of controversial issues that I've written all over, and it's all on there somewhere. Okay, we'll just give you time to digest it and provide feedback then.
All right, thank you.
Our next agenda item is discussion of administrative policy AA 424, literature selection and review. Dr. Godfrey and Ms. Goff.
Thank you. Literature selection review, there were a couple of things that came up, and we have additional changes that need to be made that we'll bring back in our next meeting, and then we would anticipate bringing that back for a vote at the end of August on the 23rd or 4th, whenever that meeting is. The literature selection and review, we added a link to the form. There was a link to every form except the form where parents could challenge a book that had been previously approved. So we've added a link so that there's easy access to that form. That's not easy to find currently. And then the other question was about what is literature. So we took a look at what we would consider literature to be here, and I wanted to discuss this with the board, and we can include that definition in the policy. Literature, for the purposes of this committee, is a book-length written work. So it's not an article, it's not a website. And I would note, as we talked about this, it was pointed out that we have a policy for reviewing videos and approving them. We have a policy for reviewing and approving book-length materials for the classroom and for the library. But the policy has not been applied to shorter works. If you're reading a short story, that would not go through the literature review. If you're reading a poem, that wouldn't go through the literature review committee, or an article or website. So that's the clarification that I would provide in response to that question about what constitutes literature. So if there's a question about that moving forward and the scope of that policy, then that's what we would bring back with the additional changes. The other change that we would include is we have to look at all of our policies to be sure that we've included the accessing pornography and indecent material in schools changes to code, to be sure that that's applied in all of those policies appropriately. So we'll bring those back in those policies as appropriate. So
In the policy, where would you put the definition of literature?
I would think we would put that toward the beginning.
Right up by the board directive?
Yeah.
Is that board directive, or do you think that's part of the administrative policy?
Well, I think it makes sense that it would be in the administrative policy unless the board wants to.
It's your interpretation
Part of
the board
defining that.
directive.
Yeah.
As of right now, your interpretation of this board directive is that it's a book-length work.
Does that definition feel like our next step? Because we would bring that back in our first meeting in August, have discussion, and then be prepared to bring that for a vote at the end.
One of the suggestions that came up from the public was that, would you consider publishing books that have been removed, or literature that is not approved at other schools? I've pondered that for a couple weeks now, and I get the debate. Our policy basically says each school needs to remove its own inappropriate material, but if it's removed at one school, it's not necessarily removed at another.
I think that's a question for library materials, because
Or
literature
if it's not
selection
approved.
yeah.
Yeah, if it's not approved, I guess that's right. I'll save my comments. That's more in line with the next policy.
But there was a question on this one, if people are going to fill out the challenge form, they wanted to know if someone else has already filled out the challenge form.
It's the spirit of that same idea is I want to know what's been challenged and the challenge was accepted or found merit. So But the problem with that is
that
we're
would mean-
creating an approved list, and if it's not on the approved list, so
If it's not on the approved list, then it was
you
either
assume it's been taken off.
never submitted and not approved, or approved at one time and then removed ultimately. But I mean, if there's some other type of information we need to provide,
So what about a parent submitted a challenge and the decision came back, no, we have still approved this work. And a parent at another school wants to submit that same challenge, but it would be futile because we've already addressed that. Those are the types of questions, is how do we avoid the repetition of challenges? How do we inform other parents what has and hasn't been challenged to save them and ourselves time? You don't have to have an answer today. I just need to know that it's on your radar to ask those questions.
I think we receive. So you're saying if somebody wants to submit a challenge,
If someone previously,
they ought to be able to tell whether it's been challenged before.
that's right.
To
That's
save
better
them some
stated
time.
than
To save them some time.
Yep, that's better stated than I'm trying to say it.
Let me look into.
Can a book be repeatedly challenged? That just seems redundant.
But if it's 5 years apart, it's not.
Yeah,
So
there's a statute. I see that.
Let me take a look at that and talk with those who've had experience with the committee and see where that takes us.
And then I have another question. On A1, I guess I'm wondering how A1 and A3 relate. So 3, there's a current list of approved literature. Do assigned readings have to come from that current list, or do they just have to meet criteria A through G?
They have to come from the list which has met those requirements. You can't get on the list without meeting those requirements, and you can't assign it unless it's on the list.
Does anyone else have any questions or suggestions for this policy?
You can't assign it. Does that mean if you give your class a list of 15 books from which they can choose, all 15 of those books have made it through this? Or is
Yes, but that's a change that we talked about last time. And we didn't change that update. We've just left that as a modification. There were many teachers who were already operating that way, but that just makes it standard across the district.
Okay, any other questions or suggestions on the literature review policy?
Out of curiosity, how many books are submitted each year to get added to the list?
Carolyn, do you have a sense for that?
There is a limit just because of the reading and the time it takes to read the books, but every single time, there's usually there's a meeting in the spring, in the summer, and in the fall, and every single time that they're submitted, it's the top number. So it could be anywhere between, 0 books that are submitted, I've never seen that happen, to a full load, which could be for a year up to about 20.
And those books get read by everybody on that committee.
Okay, let's move on. Well, we're almost time for break. Do we have time to do the library policy?
I think we do.
Okay, let's go on to
Let's give it a shot.
policy AA 440, library media selection and review.
So library media selection and review. First of all, I wanted to give a response on some questions that were asked in the meeting. there was a question about whether we can restrict students from checking out books. So these questions revolved around parent involvement with their child checking out materials from the library. We cannot restrict them from checking out all materials, because if they can't access Destiny, then they can't access not only the library, but there are other aspects of electronic access that they wouldn't have. So every student has access. However, we can put a note on a book within Destiny and list the name of a student who is not eligible to check that book out, so that the librarian can pull that up and see that child's name listed and not allow a child to check out a particular book if a parent wanted to contact the library and say, I challenge this book. For example, this has not happened, but I challenge this book. It remains in your library, but I want a note placed on that book to restrict my child from checking the book out. That we can do. The other thing that is available to parents is they can contact the librarian and log in and see a history of books checked out by their child.
They can't from home, but they can.
They can from home, yes. They just need to get the login from the librarian, and they can log in under their child's account. So the change to the library media selection and review would involve, first of all, and we'll bring this back next time as well, looking at whether accessing pornographic or indecent material in schools, where that fits into the policy. Because we talked about not only being able to challenge books that should be removed from the library, but also making clear what type of material should never be accepted into the library. So we'll add that in, and then we will we won't add the other parent access information necessarily, but that gives you that information. So we'll bring that back next time and then have that approved in August.
I know USB met today on the model policy and something got approved. I have not yet seen what got approved, but
yeah, we'll take a look at that.
assuming we're looking into that.
Yeah, we're looking into that as well. We think, unless things change dramatically, we have elements in our library policy that would be needed based on that discussion, but we'll see if that changed today.
And it is a model policy, so we're not required. It's not board rule.
Right, but
Right.
if there's a good idea in there, then we want to make use of that. So thank you for reminding me of that. We do have that as a resource as well. And I have meetings this week with superintendents from across the state, and I'm sure so we'll use whatever information we get to improve it if necessary, but otherwise we'll add the aspects of what materials cannot be approved and bring that back to you for next time.
Okay, any questions on that policy? And do you think both the literature review and the library one could be posted in public content next time?
Yes, I think we're close enough unless the board feels otherwise. The accessing pornographic or indecent materials in schools language will just be pulled from the law. So there won't be any wordsmithing to it, really.
Okay. Okay, it is 6:15. 6:12.
Clock behind you is off.
Do you want to take a break or keep going through any of these policies? We have our student clubs and speech and manners policy, which I know a couple people are here to listen to that discussion.
How long do we expect that to take?
Yeah, let's give it a few minutes. If we have to start our next meeting a few minutes late, let's dive into it for a few minutes. And these kind of go together, AA 443 and AA 425. So Dr. Godfrey.
Okay, thank you. We've looked at some updates to provide some additional clarity to our club's policy and to the speech and manners policy. So if we can start with the club's policy, because it really just references the speech and manners policy. And I've worked with Mr. Van Komen on these changes, so I'll invite him to chime in as necessary. We added N to the student club policy, which is distribution of materials, which is a new section. And because this is an executive draft, I'll just read that. Distribution of materials. Number 1, materials distributed outside of classes or club meetings must be submitted to the administration for approval at least 5 days in advance. Number 2, all materials must comply with policy AA 425, printed materials, speech and manners. And number 3, appeals may be made as outlined in AA 425, printed materials, speech and manners. So before we go over speech and manners, let me just talk about why that 5 days is there. That requirement is there to allow time for an appeal, so that there is a process in place that allows for a student to say, I disagree with the school level decision about the information I'd like to distribute, so I'd like to have an added level of appeal, because many times those determinations have to be made at the last minute, and that doesn't give a student group adequate time to be heard at another level. And so that's the added component to both policies. So if we look at...
So are you ready to move on to 425?
Yeah.
So is the only reason an administrator cannot, is the only reason that an administrator could reject the material is if it does not comply with AA 425?
That's right.
Or are there other reasons that an administrator can state, we're rejecting this?
AA 425 is the policy that would apply. So they're not, that's the only reason that you would be able to turn down those materials. That's correct.
I think I'd prefer that to be explicitly stated in N.
Okay.
I don't think, I just prefer that be explicitly stated. That is the only reason the administrator is reviewing it and approving it, is to ensure that it complies with AA 425.
That's the purpose of AA 425, so that makes sense that we would be more explicit about that. Okay. Anything else before I go to the printed materials, speech and manners? Speech and manners, by the way, being one of the most oddly named.
Yeah.
Okay. So under Roman numeral 2, it's a fairly short policy, but we add a section for student distribution process. Roman numeral 2, section C. Well, first of all, Roman numeral 2, letter B, number 2, we just make a couple of changes that align more closely with the law. So all publications shall be free of, and it said adverse before. I don't know what that means. There was a novel from the 30s like Anthony Adverse. That's the only really use I've heard of that term for a long time. All publications shall be free of any adverse, lewd, wanton, or lascivious writings or pictures, and shall not promote illegal drug use. There shall be no publications of a nature that would ridicule, defame, belittle, or otherwise injure the character of any individual or group, Material that is reasonably anticipated to substantially interfere with the work of the school or impinge upon the rights of other students is unacceptable for general distribution. And then section C would be student distribution process. Number 1, and this is all new language, any student wishing to distribute non-school sponsored material outside of classes or club meetings must first submit for approval of a copy of the material to the principal or principal's designee at least 5 school days in advance of desired distribution time, together with the dates and times of day intended for distribution and the requested location for material to be distributed. Number 2, within 4 days, the principal or principal's designee will review the request and render a decision. In the event that permission to distribute the material is denied or limited, the person submitting the request should be informed in writing of the reasons for the denial or limitation. If the principal does not approve the material for distribution, the student may submit a written request for appeal to the superintendent or designee. A decision will be made within 5 school days of submitting the appeal. Now, you have to look at the timeline a little bit on that because we don't want it to be too early, but we want to give time for a response and a response from the appeal. So I think we have to look at the timeline. Yeah. And then in section D, we just add the language earlier to speech and manners, and that's speech and manners generally, not specific to students. So it's adding this student distribution process outside of a class or a club. So the idea is to give some clarity around process and to provide a level of appeal beyond the school level if the student disagrees with the school decision. That's the reason for the timeline and for the updated process and language.
Understanding that this is a first draft, we came back to you and even looking at it again, obviously I can see some tweaks, but.
And I appreciate Mr. Van Komen's research and help into this.
So this
as always.
This would apply to any club. So ping pong club wants to hang up a flyer saying, come play ping pong with us Tuesday afternoon.
Yep.
They submit it, it gets approved.
That's correct.
Or denied.
Applied equally to every group.
And the reason that there's a reference in the club policies because this is a broader issue than just clubs. So the idea was to refer to this policy because it may not be a student club, but there's still a process. Could be somebody wanting to distribute, so they form a club, for example.
So as I look at this, kind of referring back to my initial question, really the only criterion for approval or rejection is B2.
Right.
Wanton. Lewd.
No, but that's why this is the only paragraph that a principal would look at. Is it lewd? Is it wanton? Is it lascivious? Either writings or pictures. Does it promote illegal drug use? Does it ridicule, defame, belittle, or otherwise injure the character of an individual or group? Or is it material that is reasonably anticipated to substantially interfere with the work of the school?
Right. So maybe in the reference we need to just say Roman numeral 2, letter B. I mean, just give the reference to that specific portion of the policy.
So that sentence that you've included, the material that is reasonably anticipated to substantially, that's a lot of.
It's a
feels
high
like
standard.
you give like you're actually giving quite a leeway to the principal to reject something.
Well,
See it the other way?
I see it the other way because substantially interfere means that it can't just be it bugs you. Substantially interfere means that it has to.
This is going to cause
it's a higher
riot.
standard. It's a high standard. I don't know that riot is exactly the standard,
This is
but riot would qualify.
That's legal.
essentially the Tinker standard, and so it also becomes just
The what standard?
Tinker versus Des Moines.
it just becomes an issue of making sure administrators understand what the
I'm sorry,
policy is.
what is Tinker versus Des Moines? It's
Tinker versus Des Moines is the free speech case that the Supreme Court had, where students wore black armbands in protest and were disciplined, and the court said, no, that was not the level of substantial disruption such that they couldn't do that. So it's a fairly high standard. The policy, I mean, it previously applied the Tinker standard. This is just to sort of bring it a little bit more current, including the recent case where the Supreme Court last year, and I'm drawing a blank on the name, it was the outside of school conduct case. The cheerleader case, but that's different than this because this is in the school context specifically.
Substantially interfere with the work of the school, I think, is a higher standard and provides broader expression than disruption, which is sometimes what the term that's used.
I think if we adopt this, it's going to require
Training.
deep training. Initially, and then on a regular basis as a reminder.
Agreed. That's the plan.
Any other questions on these proposed changes?
And the appeal stops you with you. At that point, they have no other option.
The way it's written, yes.
Why didn't you create an avenue for board appeal?
We can do that. I don't have any objection to that at all.
I didn't ask, but was that part of the discussion, or did you just say, as an administrative policy, this ends with me?
I can address that.
4-day timeline.
Yeah, it's the
Meant to be
timeline, because then we're
timeline.
waiting. Yeah. then we're-
Sensitive because otherwise it has to be put on a board agenda item. I mean, obviously, if it's the board at its discretion can always elect to bring a matter to its attention, but
I guess for me, it's always implied that the board can say, hey, this is our policy. Anything can be appealed to the board. But again, to your earlier point, if we want to express that directly in the policy, we can. Yeah, it's just a question of timeline in my mind. It's like the school made this decision. What's the district administration interpretation of that? So.
Any other questions?
So are you trying to clean up the timeline? Because 5 days before the event, you submit it. The principal has up to 4 days, which means the day before the event. And then if there's an appeal, the superintendent has 5 days in which to, there's no way.
We need to fix the timeline,
Okay.
and I need to be given less time.
Okay.
It needs to just come to me, and then I crank it out.
So there's a chance that within the 5-day window, it could be denied by the principal and approved by the superintendent and still hit that event that they were targeting.
Right.
That's the goal.
So if conceptually the board is happy with that process, then we'll line it up so that when you meet that, if everyone meets their deadline, there are 2 decisions before the material was supposed to be distributed. One at the school level and potentially one at the district level. So there's a final decision at that point.
and I
anyone did-
apologize. I didn't get that reflected properly in the version that I submitted. This is the challenge is we don't want to make it so far out that it's prohibitive, but you have to give enough time administratively for the process to be reviewed. So if the board feels strongly one way or the other, I mean, that could be extended.
But the language would have to be, you could appeal to the board for a future event. There's no way you can meet this event.
Yeah.
But, you know, you do have the right to go to the board and use that material at some future event if you want to avail yourself of that process.
So if we kept it at 5 days, maybe it's 3 days that the school responds, and then I have 1 day, and then there's,
You could still do it at that event.
yeah, or something like that.
Okay, the current plan is to vote on this at our next business meeting, which is August 23rd. There was a suggestion that we hold a special meeting at our August 9th study session in order to vote on this sooner before school started. What's the board's feedback on that? Would you want to do it the 9th or the 23rd?
So that, if we did it on the 9th, we really wouldn't have an opportunity for the public to, I mean, we provide that, but that's not within, people don't normally come to the study session, the first study session to speak to the.
Right, they typically don't know that that's when we're going to be taking public comment and voting on policy. So that would be very out of the
The
norm.
advantage of that is it would be in place
Place
before
for
school
school
started, so
starts.
if anyone wanted to table on the first week of class, they could get their materials approved, and then an appeal process would be available to them.
Yeah, I mean, I see both of those. I mean, I'd say let's do the 9th because of that, wanting to have it ready to go.
We reserve the right to change any policy at any point. I'd like to see it in place before school started. I'd like to have a student to know before school started, if you have any events that first week and there's an issue with a denial, there's an appeal process in place right from the beginning of school. That would be my preference.
We're giving the public a heads up by having this conversation now.
And it'll be posted that we'll be taking public comment on the 9th for it, on the agenda, right?
So if we point out the changes that you suggested as a board, do you feel like we're close enough that we'd need to make that a public document? Which I'm great with. I just want to be sure that it's far enough from draft that we can do that. I might change school days to working days, because if it's something before school starts or at a game before school begins, or it's just, but I think it needs to be working days, because otherwise you can submit it Christmas Eve and no one responds. Not that someone would do it on purpose, but it's just, we've run up into some of those deadlines on policy. So I think if we said working days, we add the clarification that this is the only way that speech is restricted is through this policy.
Fix the timeline.
And fix the timeline. Is that something you feel is close enough that we can?
Do you want to address the title? I mean, now's the...
No, I like it. It has this kind of archaic feel to it, but
That's what we are.
August 9th?
I'm fine with
I'm okay with that.
Not super comfortable with it, but I will support it. Yeah.
What meetings people are used to commenting at. Okay, and we can put it on our agenda for August 9th, and if we decide not to vote on it that night, we can move it to the 23rd.
Have we ever approved a policy with provision that we approve it formally at the next meeting? Could we approve it on the 9th for the first week of school, subject to final approval at the following meeting after a public hearing, opportunity for public comment? Could we just say, as it's written, we give you a green light until we vote on it on the 20 whatever?
can I make a suggestion that you just direct me to instruct administrators to use the draft policy, until it's approved?
I've done that before.
That would make me,
So there aren't two approvals, but you just say, implement the draft policy until we have an opportunity to finalize the approval for.
That makes
I like
me
that idea.
Much more comfortable.
Yeah. So we'd have it on our August 9th study session. We'd all look at the draft.
it's public.
If we're good with it, we say, go ahead and send out the draft. We'll take our final vote on the 23rd. But ask principals to apply the draft policy.
But we'll use the draft and train on the draft in the meantime.
Okay, is everyone okay if we do it that way? Okay, let's do it.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we are taking a 10-minute break. I apologize. We will be starting our general meeting late at 6:45.
When would she go?
She'd go in September.
Oh, okay. So it's coming.
Come right up.
We are streaming now. Okay. I'll grab my. Whoops. Guess I'll put my back here. Yeah, Bryce, Nikki. Should I start or wait? It started?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Okay. Okay, we're streaming. So welcome. This is the Board of Education meeting for the Jordan School District. Today is July 26, 2022. We are here at the JATC South Building, and we are joined by our board attorney, Mr. Van Komen, board members Jen Atwood, Nikki George, Bryce Dunford, I'm Tracy Miller, Marilyn Richards, Matt Young, Superintendent Anthony Godfrey. We'd like to excuse our Associate Superintendent, Mr. Anderson, today. And we have our Business Administrator, Mr. John Larson. We also have board member Daryl Robinson, who is joining us virtually today. Can you hear us okay, Daryl?
Yeah, I got you. Can you hear me?
Yep, great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome. Hope everyone is having a good summer vacation. Thank you to all of those who have come out to join us tonight. We are going to start with a Pledge of Allegiance by Mr. Brad Sorensen, an administrator of schools, and then our reverence by Ms. Carolyn Goff, who is our administrator of teaching and learning.
Allegiance. Am I there? Yep. After me. Here we go. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
This reverence comes from a writer, a journalist named Heidi Wetzel out of Clark County Today. She said, "I challenge you to challenge yourself in your next keyboard war. No foul or demeaning language. Try asking a question without sarcasm. Listen with grace and attempt to understand. If you are met with anger and feel you cannot respond without reciprocating, do not pursue. And always keep in mind something that Dr. Wayne Dyer so eloquently wrote: when given the choice between being right and being kind, choose kind. Oh, what a different world that would be.
Thank you. We will now have our resolutions of appreciation. Ms. Richards.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty, be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. Evelyn Salter Black, Secretary. Edward Richard Goss, Teacher. Joyce Okeson Hatt, Instructional Assistant and Media Assistant. And Teresa Stalavier Withers, Office and Instructional Assistant.
Thank you. All right, recognitions. Does anyone have any recognitions at this time? It's summer. I just want to recognize all of those teachers that attended the First Lady's Show Up Utah Educator Conference. And we also had great representation from our district. We had, I hope I don't forget names. We had Michelle Loveday present a class, McKinley Withers presented a class, Kelly DeHaan spoke at it, and our very own Dr. Godfrey was part of the superintendents of rock that played at lunch. Great conference, and appreciate all those teachers that took time out of their summer to attend that. The focus was on educator wellness, which is very much needed right now. Okay, superintendent recognition.
I didn't ask anyone to come in July, but I'll echo what you said about the Show Up for Teachers event. I really appreciate the First Lady and her team and the work that they did to support our teachers. It was a great day and inspiring, with really some concrete advice about how to really take better care of ourselves as educators, but also just a great time and the chance to associate with each other. And so we're excited to have been a part of that, and really pleased with her continual efforts to support our teachers, our employees, and our students. So thanks to her. And thank you to every teacher, ESP, assistant, classroom assistant, and administrator involved in any way with our Walk to Read program. We heard some great results in our study session, and I know even bigger success is ahead of us, but it's really just inspiring that we had such great results in an implementation year where you would normally expect a dip in results the first year, but we just saw great outcomes. And like I said, it's been really hard, a lot of work, but worth it. And I'm very appreciative to every individual involved. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is comments by elected officials. Do we have any elected officials here that wish to comment? Okay. I will recognize that Mayor Trent Staggs was with us earlier in our study session and appreciate his attendance. All right, next we have 4 items to approve on our consent agenda. Can I get a motion for that, and will you also name the items?
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda items: board minutes, administrative policy DP 375, vacation and schedule for administrative personnel, administrative policy DP 374, employment background checks, and school resource officers SROs agreement.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards, to approve the consent agenda items that were named.
President, prior to that, would you mind just, for the public's benefit, kind of explain the significance of our SRO agreement and kind of what that means for the safety of our students?
I will, but I will turn that to Mr. Larson. Do you want to give us a brief overview of our SRO agreement?
Certainly. The school district does not have a police department, and so we contract policing services with our partner cities. In doing that, we have a city that doesn't have a police department either, and they contract those services through another city. So there's some arrangements that are made to allow our schools to have police officers on premise and to help our students and help the staff that are there throughout the school year. Of course, we pay the cities for those services and appreciate their help in that effort. One aspect of this also, of course, we have a lot of activities that go on in our schools, not just during the school day. So the agreement covers or contemplates things such as police services at athletic events, graduations, you name it. We have a lot of activities going on, and so we appreciate the police being there and helping us in any way to make sure everything's run smoothly and appropriately.
Thank you. And this contract it's an interlocal agreement. It's with all 5 of our cities together rather than each of them separately with this. And I will answer the why question. Our school resource officers, we have them in all of our middle schools and high schools, and they really are an integral part of our school, an important part of the safety of our students, but they also develop a good relationship with our schools and serve a very vital purpose. Do you have any more to add, Mr. Young?
No, I think that's great. I think given what's been occurring, our school resource officers are a valuable asset in the schools, and just appreciate communities.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve consent agenda items A through D. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion to accept consent agenda items A through E?
I'll make a motion to accept consent agenda items A through E.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Mr. Young to accept consent agenda items A through E. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Next, we have bids A through H. Let's go ahead and let's take them one at a time. Can I get a motion on A, Elk Ridge Middle School?
I'll make a motion that we approve the bid for Elk Ridge Middle School HP Chromebooks and licenses.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Young, second by Mr. Dunford. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for B?
I move that we approve item B, the administrator of schools for middle schools, musical instruments.
I'll second it.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Robinson do it. Motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Robinson to approve the bid for music instruments for our middle schools. Any discussion to that motion?
Yeah, I'm interested in the source of the funding. Is the AOS middle school furniture budget. So what I'm translating that to be is that our AOS over middle school, he has a discretionary fund to allocate to whatever he deems fit. Is that appropriate? Is that correct?
There's been some money set aside that for the AOSs and the superintendent in particular to refresh or look at equipment at schools that needs to be updated. It's been used for a variety of projects, but this particular one's being used for the middle schools. So, but those funds are really fungible between levels where the need is. And so the superintendent has was made aware of a need there at the middle school level with some instruments, and so he's pulling it there. So we will be coding it as such to a middle school, but it is fungible between those levels.
And is that a capital budget item?
Yes.
Capital budget item.
Yep, capital.
Is this an annual appropriation, or is this a couple years of accumulation?
Both. There's an amount that's been brought over, but the annual allocation there is, I want to say it's 300,000.
I think it's around 300.
Okay. So,
in others, there's other funds as well. It's not just that one allocation all at once.
and I guess the question I have is, given that I really appreciated the justification letter that Mr. Emerson put together, I wonder, should there be some discussion to create some type of ongoing line item to replenish instruments a lot earlier than 30 years? I don't know what the effective life of a band instrument is, but I'm interested. Should this be more of an ongoing replenishment as opposed to such a large one time in the future? I'm not arguing.
Yeah, it's as if you were listening in, because we talked about that very thing. I held a Zoom meeting with Mr. Curtis, Mr. Emerson, and all of the instrumental teachers in our district who were able to participate. The initial ask was, could we year by year improve our equipment at various schools so that over time we could get up to speed? What I wanted to do instead is say we have funding where we can maybe get a better price by getting everyone up to speed at once, and then once we do that, then we implement a plan over time to be sure that we don't get in this position again. So this is the initial push to bring everyone up to close to the same level, even if they were at an older school or a newer school, so that equipment doesn't keep them from doing what they need to do in their program. And then we want to look going forward at what would be necessary, how we can move things around to provide ongoing funding to keep us out of this situation. But some of these instruments will last for decades if they're cared for well. So,
No, I'm glad to hear that that's going to be the ongoing plan, and appreciate that. I'm not, and maybe I'm not reading this well enough. What now? It looks like a number of vendors have been selected, and now what level of flexibility do our instructors, do our teachers at the middle school level have to pick the instruments they want at this point? Or are they going to get what has been awarded? And that may not be but if
I'd like to take a stab at it. Just approach the microphone if I'm getting it wrong. We set out particular standards up front that would ensure that the right kind of instrument was bid on, that we received bids for the right instruments, in other words. And there was heavy involvement from music teachers. When we get those bids back, now we'll have to go back and look and see, these are the instruments available at this price. and this is the closest equivalency on a few of those, does that match the specs, or do we need to take a second look at that? But we can do that piecemeal as we need to, and purchase those that meet those requirements. But approving the bid today gives teachers the flexibility to then go in and decide where we go from here once the board opens up that possibility. And we will involve all of our instrumental teachers in that process.
So you're confident in saying that our middle school instrument teachers will be able to get the equipment that they want that will best allow them to teach?
Yes. It may mean that we need to come back with, additional bids for you going into the future. But for right now, if this is approved, then it gives teachers the opportunity to look and say, this is what I need, and now I have a bid for it, and so I'd like you to purchase this, and we can move forward.
And will this stuff be available for fall, or is it probably more along the lines of winter that it'll be getting to them?
They'll be available for a fall. It might not be this one. Some of those instruments are difficult to get in very quickly. So that's partially why we want to get this underway and just get them as quickly as we can. But I really appreciate the work that our teachers have put into this. They spent a lot of time over the summer writing those specs up front, makes the process fair for those who are bidding and allows them to get the equipment they're looking for. We don't want anyone to buy equipment that doesn't meet their needs and isn't going to last them for as long as they need it to. But I'm excited. I love our middle school music programs. It's really important.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Robinson to approve the middle school music instruments. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for C?
I'll make a motion to approve the Career in Technology Education Automotive Lift Inspection and Service.
Second. A motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. George to approve the bid for the automotive lift inspection and service. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for D?
Motion to approve the Career in Technology Education Computer Labs.
A motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards to approve the current technology education computer labs. And just to note, these are for Sunset Ridge Middle School, Bingham High School, JATC North, and JATC South. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for E?
I'll make a motion that we approve the bid for Information Systems HP Enterprise Wireless Network Equipment Support and Licensing.
A motion by Mr. Young, second by Ms. Atwood to approve the bid for HP Enterprise Wireless Network Equipment Support and Licensing. Is there discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for F?
I'll make the motion to approve the bid for Facility Services Computerized Maintenance Management System, CMMS.
Second.
I'll second it.
Oh, but
Okay, motion
Whichever.
Motion by Ms. Richards, second by Mr. Robinson to approve the CMMS, Computerized Maintenance Management System. Is there discussion to that motion?
This is kind of one of those areas that just doesn't get a lot of publicity, and maybe it's just because I want to put Mr. Hagan on the spot, but could we just have a brief explanation of kind of what this will do to help improve our systems and the facility maintenance of our schools?
So, as of right now, we're using a system called Sprocket. Maybe you're familiar. We've been with Sprocket since 2006. Remember Delta? Sprocket is Delta. And Sprocket is an analog system trying to live in a digital world. We are trying to move from a black and white TV that Sprocket is trying to put parts into to make it a color TV to a flat panel LED 4K TV manufactured for that era. This will help move our work order system to a simpler, more intuitive submission process for our trades guys and everybody who uses it, our custodians. There's going to be a little learning curve, just like always, but we really think we've played with it and we've tried to make it crash. We can't. We've done some investigation now for a few months, if not almost a year, and this is where we've landed. Actually, in the long run, there's going to be a little training cost up front, but actually in the long run, it's actually cheaper than what we're doing now.
So do you get a sense this will improve response times?
I hope so. I hope it'll improve just the way on how our trades guys and our custodians are able to submit the work orders. So they submit them more timely because it's much easier. It's right from their phone. It's app based, obviously, so they can create a work order, take a picture, and send it right to the correct department, which helps facilitate the dispersal of information and work orders to the appropriate.
Instead of being out in the field saying, okay, I've got to get a work order for that, accumulating 5 or 6, going back to the office, having to sit at a desk, they're able to just do it instantaneously.
We hope that's how it's going to work. It has been working. They gave us what they call a sandbox version to play in, and we have been doing just that, creating work orders right and left.
That's great. Great. Well, thank you for putting that together. And
Yeah, thank you. Good explanation. Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Richards, second by Mr. Robinson, to approve the computerized maintenance management system for facility services. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Can I get a motion for G?
I'll make a motion to approve the student services content monitoring of students' electronic accounts. Sorry.
A motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards, to approve content monitoring of student electronic accounts. This is the BARC system. Is there a discussion to that motion?
perhaps so Mr. Hagan doesn't feel like he was singled out. If the board is willing, I'd love to have Mr. Hamblin come up and I think this is a relatively new system that we've utilized, and I'm interested to hear what results we've had since its implementation and what we expect going forward from this. If you could speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Glad to be here, and I'm glad to talk about this. It was about a year and a half ago we started looking into content monitoring. As we know, the world around us is ever more digital and ever more dangerous online, especially for our youth and for adults alike, but this is really for our students. It was in a trial mode. We used BARC for 3 months a year and a half ago. And during that time, without sharing too much private information, I can tell you that we literally saved 4 students' lives in the commission of the act. We were able to notify police and school personnel who immediately responded, who then contacted parents who immediately walked into the kids' bedrooms who saved their lives. It content monitors for suicide, for harassment, bullying, for discrimination, and for violence, and everything that kind of touches all of those things, and keywords for foul language and all of those things. And I do want to make sure that it's clear. This is only for the accounts that the district gives to students. It's not like a big social media, Big Brother kind of thing, but it's the Google account that our students use that we assign. We have an amazing licensed individual, Angie Rasmussen, who monitors that. She's the on-call person, and her background is mental health and counseling, and she's been an administrator. So she helps our schools navigate what it means. She looks up the background. She goes into Google and looks up all the history and tries to put additional context into what it is, and helps to help our schools manage that with our students. We have, it would be, I can't put a number on the number of students that we have been able to identify and help, because all the students know that it's our account. They log in, they're using the schools, the district's password and log in. But online, they can say things and they forget that they're online, like everybody in social media. And I think the impact is immeasurable, to be honest. It greatly assists in all of our prevention efforts that we do. We dovetail that with many different initiatives that we're doing and helping schools to do. So for us, it's a value add in every aspect of how we help students through this tumultuous world that we live in.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. All right, we have a motion to approve content monitoring of student electronic accounts. All in favor, please say aye.
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 When opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. And finally, a motion for bid H.
Motion to approve teaching and learning language essentials for teachers of reading.
Which is what LETTERS stands for. Okay, second.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. George to approve the teaching and learning bid for language essentials for teachers of reading. These are the LETTERS, textbooks, and materials for our educators and administrators.
I won't ask Ms. Goff to come up on this one, but it's not because lack of interest. We had a great presentation earlier on some of this material, and so don't feel left out, Ms. Goff. Okay.
All right, any questions? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now on to patron comments. We have 4 people that have signed up today. We are always pleased and value input from our residents, students, and employees. Although not required to do so by law, the board sets aside time monthly to hear from our patrons. The board will not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. Also, the board does not discuss issues that are not on the meeting's agenda, but the board may ask staff to follow up on issues raised or may address them at a future meeting. Silence by the board on an issue does not suggest support or opposition to the message given. So the board will take public comment right now on items that are not listed on the agenda. We will hear in-person comments first, followed by electronic. Do we have any electronic ones tonight? No electronic ones. Okay, each person will be given 3 minutes. When you come to the podium, please state your name. And we will first hear from Holly Poor and followed by Jackson Poor. Can you push the little button till the green light comes on?
Can you hear me now?
Perfect, thank you.
My name is Holly Matheson Poor. I have lived in South Jordan since I was 4 years old. I graduated from Bingham High School in 2007, and I'm now raising 4 beautiful children, 8 years and younger. My 2 oldest children will be attending South Jordan Elementary School this fall. Today I have come to speak regarding their safety and in light of the Uvalde, Texas mass shooting. Never have I been so rocked. Never has my stomach twisted so much, and never have I ever had so many sleepless nights thinking about a solution, thinking about how their protectors failed them. I know that the entire community is on the same page when it comes to protecting our children. So I will spare you from any political opinions. Today I have come to talk to you about what we're going to do. When I asked my son what he does during an active shooter drill, he responded, "We hide behind our backpacks." I'm aware that a second grader may not be the best source, so I ask that you help us inform parents of more specifics. We are ready to be involved, as unfortunately we cannot always rely on others to protect our children. The FBI tells us it is in an active shooter situation, we should first run when possible, then hide, then fight. I want to know what would happen if a shooter came into my child's classroom. I want to know if they would know how to fight, as running and hiding may not have been an option for the children in Texas. Most importantly, I want to prevent someone evil from ever entering our school. It is time to hire an armed guard, one who has a shield and tactical gear, and one who's not distracted, and one who is professional and hired and watches cameras. If there is no funding for this, we will fund it as parents. I have spoken with several friends who would be willing to pool their money together to pay for the salary of a guard. If there are roughly 180 school days in a year, imagine 180 parents willing to pay for just one day's salary to protect their child. Together as parents, we are done waiting for funding to pass and done fighting about gun laws. We are ready for solutions and ready for them now. It's uncomfortable, but it needs to be talked about before the school year starts. I hope that as a board, you will consider helping us, that you will consider it an emergency priority to protect our greatest asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackson Poor, followed by Derek Paul.
It's already on, looks like. My name's Jackson Poor. I'm married to Holly. I don't have too much to add. She hit it right on the head, I think, but that's the concern that we have, is that we just want to know our kids are safe at school. And I know everybody does as well, so there's no concern there. But one thing that I wanted to note, I like I was encouraged by the use of resource officers at the school. I did note that there weren't any resource officers in the elementary school level. Just considering recent events, I think that should be a consideration as well. And yeah, I think so. I'm from Idaho, originally a little town called Rigby, and you guys probably didn't hear about it, but about last year there was a school shooting there as well. Luckily, no one was killed because a teacher jumped in and saved everyone's life. But it could have been prevented and should have been prevented. So the teacher doesn't have to do that. That shouldn't be on the teacher. Teacher's job is to teach them, to help them, not to have to save their life in that kind of a situation. The likelihood of this happening, of course, is pretty small. It's a great community, very safe community. So it's likely, it's unlikely, I should say, that anything will ever need to be done. But that's what we thought in my hometown as well. People don't lock their door ever at night. Nothing happens there, and it still happened. So I don't know. It's just a concern that we have, and we'd appreciate considering what we can do to better ensure that such an event doesn't happen. in our district here. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Derek Paul, followed by Daniela Edmonds.
So do I push the button, you said?
Nope, you're on.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for taking my comments. What I kind of wanted to talk about seems like it's coming up next, and I got here a little early, but didn't want to go into the study session late and disrupt anything. I understand building and development and school districts have to work hand in hand. I understand that takes place. It may not be considered unethical, but I think when you're a part of both of those, I think it kind of is. The Olympia Hills school, schools have been promised, land has been obtained. Obviously, I'm gonna stick around and listen to exactly what's said about it. While West Jordan Elementary has been neglected time and time again, I know many service requests have been put in that have not been approved. It's finally got to the point to where now it's under a 120-day discussion of closure. I implore all of you to look at the feasibility study from Orem City. I feel that it may pertain to some areas of this district as well. The truth and taxation hearing, I think, is going to be a big thing. It's a kind of a hot topic on a lot of the West Jordan discussion groups. Everyone's talking about this and that. Why is JSD doing this, doing that? And then once they hear that, yeah, they're in a 120-day discussion of closing a school in their area, a lot of people aren't happy. We've requested a lot of information, and I feel we're getting inaccurate information when it comes to the student count. They don't seem to line up with other things we've done to see what students are in our area, attend our school. On top of that, I think a lot of developments that are happening in our area are being kind of undersold as smaller developments than what they are. I mean, I don't know if this goes along the lines of what I can say, but I feel I've been laughed at. I've had my voice censored by members of this board. That, along with the fact that this board voted unanimously to start that 120-day discussion of closing the school, shows that I feel West Jordan is getting taxation with no representation. And we're going to be to the truth in taxation, and I hope that it all comes to light that everything is doing as it should be, and that we're not favoring other areas while letting some die out. I don't feel it's a dying area. It's older generations. Again, older generations, they move on, newer families move in. I mean, I'm raising 4 kids in Jordan School District right now, and I've had many other siblings raise their kids in the same district. My family small family of 8 has probably put about 15 kids through this school district. There is growth, and a lot of us have lived in kind of the older areas, but just consider it's happening everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniela Edmonds, followed by Jacob Rollins.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here because I was under the impression my daughter was going to go to Sunset Ridge Elementary, and apparently there's a boundary where they want to send her to Joel P. Jensen, which is 15 minutes away versus 1 mile away, Sunset Ridge. I understand that the boundaries have not been revised in the last 4 years, so I urge you to revise them. I moved into this new development called Oker West Development last year in July, and we're right in the corner of where the boundary line ends. So I'm just worried because on top of there not being any transportation for my daughter, there's times where kids miss their bus, and I'm highly concerned. So if I could go and talk in person with one of you guys, I would love that, because the school is gonna start here in the next few weeks, and I haven't found a solution for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and finally, Jacob Rollins.
Hello. I'm here as a constituent and teacher who lives, works, and has children who attends in the Jordan School District. The Jordan District is a flourishing, diverse community, and I'm privileged to work here. I would like to bring a voice of reason to logic and collaboration. Voices of anger and fear are trying to drive into education by wanting to severely restrict the crucial conversations, materials, and resources educators can bring to the table in teaching the standards outlined by the Utah State Board of Education. Often the biggest complaint from students I hear regarding their education is how the material is relevant to their lives. Many topics that the students are interested in result also in full, vibrant, and high-level thinking fit into the controversial issues policy or the possible new version that the board is considering. Restricting or outright banning these topics or materials will take the very core of what students are begging to learn about. We as educators don't have an agenda. We want to help students learn the complexities of life and the now current topics and thoughts and arguments from multiple angles as it fits into the standards, so that students are well informed and prepared to not only have their own opinions and values, but to have the ability to back their thoughts with logic and to have constructive dialogue with those of other viewpoints and backgrounds. Restrictive policies on what can be taught or what materials can be used won't give the students those skills. Now, we hear from the voices in the tempest that this is inhibiting on the rights of parents in their child's education. It puts parents against educators by slanderous, false, or isolated incidents to prove that the system is poisoned to the core. This is obviously making teachers defensive. A profession that is underpaid, overworked, and seeing rising incidents of defamation and character assassination makes us feel more like lowly servants than professionals. So educators are tempted to fight back in a public forum. This then is used as proof that of the poison by those actors of hysteria. Those actors want fear, they want terror, and rope in some innocent members of the community by acting on those feelings. I reject that premise, though. It's not parents versus educators. Teachers and parents are allies, not enemies. The modern climate around education is urging an us versus them mentality. I ask the board, my community, and my fellow professionals not to buy into that argument. Let's work together to give our students the best education that they can draw into their own lives. As a history teacher, I draw on history. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Franklin D. Roosevelt. As a man of faith, I draw on the words that are sacred to me. There is no fear in love, but perfect love casteth out fear. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next agenda item is a special business item, and that's a recommendation to approve an Olympia Hills amendment regarding water. Mr. Dunford.
Thank you. Olympia Hills is a large area that is growing and is coming, and we own property for the students that are coming. We signed an agreement as part of the master development agreement, and after that agreement was signed, Salt Lake County did a study on water retention and how much water you put into the system. And they decided to impose a flow rate of 0.02. The current flow rate has been 0.2. So given the size of your property, you can allow 0.2 cubic feet per minute, I think it's per minute, to flow into their system. And they're going from 0.2 to 0.02. Now this is Salt Lake County wide. And when they made that decision, every contractor and every developer in all of Salt Lake County said, we can't do that. You're going to cause lawsuits because now we're going to need more property to retain the water, and that'll violate our contracts. And so Salt Lake County said, okay, that's legitimate. We will allow you, if you've started your project, you can continue with the 0.2 flow rate. Then Olympia came forward and said, well, what about us? We haven't started, but we have developed this master plan, and if we have to go with the 0.02 flow rate, it will completely change our plans. And so they said, okay, how about as a compromise, we allow Olympia to move forward with a 0.1 flow rate. So it's not fully imposing the new 0.02 flow rate, but it is a change to what we've been doing. And so Olympia came to us and said, we'd like to amend the contract we've signed, the master development plan, and have you join us and sign this. And I said, well, this doesn't seem to benefit us because you're now asking us to go from a 0.2 to a 0.1 flow rate. So now we're going to need to use more property to retain our water. They said, well, if you don't sign it, you'll have to negotiate with Salt Lake County, and since none of your buildings have been started, you will most likely end up with a 0.02 flow rate, not a 0.1. So I am proposing that this board sign the addendum, which will bind us to have a 0.1 flow rate off of our properties of water. It is less than what we've been doing, so it will be a cost to the district. We will now have to have larger retaining areas so that we let less water go back into the system. But it is better than not signing it and having to negotiate with Salt Lake County and ending up with a 0.02 flow rate, which will require much larger retention areas for water. So I am proposing, President, that we sign this addendum and allow us to move forward with a 0.1 flow rate rather than risking negotiating with Salt Lake County and having a 0.02 flow rate. And never did I think when I ran for the board that I would be explaining to this board water flow rates in Salt Lake County.
Any questions? All right, why don't you make a motion and then we'll go to public input.
President, I move that we sign the I move that this board approve the Olympia addendum as it has been written.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Dunford and second by Mr. Young to approve the Olympia amendment as it is written. Do we have anyone here from the public that wishes to speak to that? Okay, seeing none, is there any discussion from the board?
I have one question. Does this affect anything to do with the agreement that we have that the infrastructure fees would be paid by the developer?
No, that's still in place.
Okay.
The only thing this addendum does is change our required flow rate from 0.2 to 0.1 cubic meters per minute, hour, second. What is it?
It's cubic feet per second per acre.
Cubic feet per second.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Any other questions? All right, we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Young to approve the Olympia Hills amendment. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed, say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. And thank you, Mr. Dunford and Facilities Committee, for your work on understanding water flow rates. We will now go to Dr. Godfrey for the superintendent's report.
Okay, 2 items. First of all, I just want to report on the purchase of period products as required by law. We are placing those products in every one of our schools, and we chose as a district to use a generic dispenser, just a plastic dispenser that will be put at ADA levels in every bathroom for upper grades, for secondary and then upper grades in the elementary. And the product that we are purchasing is under $80,000, so the bid doesn't come to the board, but I still wanted to inform you of the direction that we're going. We're purchasing from a company that was started by moms and daughters, and that company provides a product that is of comparable quality to the products that are being used in other districts. But we are not tied to a specific brand going forward, so we are able to be flexible as new products emerge. I just wanted to clarify publicly that although we're always conscious of cost, we have made sure that the quality of product that we're purchasing is the same as those provided in other districts who have chosen a proprietary dispenser that was provided by donors and by the state. So in other words, we're not sacrificing quality, but we have additional flexibility at about the same cost. So we're pleased to be able to provide those products as required by law, and think that's a great support to our students who are in need of those products. So I'm happy to answer any questions afterward or in this meeting, of course, but I really appreciate the work that purchasing has done and the work that April Gaydosh has done as one of our person who headed up that project. And like I said, purchasing has done a lot of work. There are supply line issues, but this is also an emerging product line specifically for schools, and we think the product prices will continue to come down and additional products will be able to be purchased by schools over time. So I think we'll have more and more options available to us, and this allows us to remain open to those options going forward.
Thank you. Will those be available by the time school starts in all of our schools?
Yes. Yes. I also just wanted to point out that we have moved forward with initiatives that we've discussed in these meetings with the board, and we're already seeing great success. We've been able to hire 10 elementary school counselors from the applicants, and they're really top quality. We've been able to hire consultants at the district level who will help support that work in all grades by our counselors. And the board has been great to work with us as we've made administrative appointments over the summer that will provide additional support to teachers through assistant principals at the elementary level and interns at the secondary level. And I phrase that, the way I phrase that is important, additional supports for teachers, but it goes beyond that. Having counselors and assistant principals and interns provides support for everyone in the building. And as I've spoken to new administrators, and I'll speak to them again tomorrow morning, our second round, really their job is to make the day better and more effective for every single person in that building. And I know that because their position is what it is, they're going to be able to do that. And our school counselors are going to be able to do the same. And I'm thrilled at the results already. We're seeing plans change for the school year. Plans have become more ambitious because of the support that's there. And office staff and teachers and even ESPs at different levels have said, thank you for providing support at the level below mine, because I know now students will come better prepared. So it's really exciting, and I appreciate this board's vision in making that possible.
Thank you. Next is committee reports and comments by board members. Does anyone have a committee report?
I just would like to remind the board at our July 5th meeting, we gave you a list of all of the potential summer projects. Facilities will be meeting soon to narrow that down to our recommended list. We will be using the larger list to narrow that down. If there is a project that is not on that list, please contact a member of Facilities Committee soon, so that when we narrow the list down to our recommended projects, we will be considering the one you think should be on that list. You've had that list for quite some time now. Please let us know quickly if there's an item on that list or if there's something that's not on that list. We will be coming to the board in August with our recommended list of summer projects.
Did you all get a packet from USBA about the delegate assembly that's upcoming? Yes. Okay. That contained USBA's priorities and the agenda. The pre-delegate assembly is August 26th.
it's dinner, and then there'll be a panel of legislators. Everyone's invited to that. And then the delegate assembly is August 27th. Everyone's also invited to that, but 3 people from our board can vote at that meeting. You must be in person to vote. There is a Zoom link if you want to watch, but you have to be in person to vote. And we had designated Nikki and Daryl, but I also listed every one of us as alternates so that we can just pick 3 of us to go to that and have a vote at that meeting. So think about that. On our next agenda, we can go over the USBA priorities and discuss them as a board and determine who's going to vote at the delegate assembly. Okay, any other reports, comments? All right, that is the end of our business meeting. We do have one more study session item to get to, and then some closed session items. So we will take a break for 10 minutes and then start our study session back up in our study session room. Thank you all of those who came tonight, all of those who provided public comment, and those that are listening online. And hope everyone enjoys their last few weeks of summer vacation.
Do you want to? Okay, never mind. You're not going straight in.
Okay, we are back in study session. We have one item left. It's a review of administrative policy A11, naming of facilities. There was some question about whether a lecture hall applied to this policy or not. So, Mr. Dunford, do you want to lead that discussion?
I would be happy to, but I would ask that we separate this and say, is it okay if Bingham moves forward with the naming and then we adjust the policy if there's an interest? Or do any of you say, no, I don't want them to move forward with the naming until the policy is changed? As if you know the history of Bingham Canyon, and Bingham has a tendency of compartmentalizing by name. The communities up in the Bingham Canyon were all different names. When I went to middle school, the halls were named. It's just kind of a Bingham tradition. And the whole high school is set up kind of in a compartmental. There's the math department, there's the science department, and they just kind of have a tendency of just naming them. The pit, just there's so many different, and there's the unofficial and then there's the official. And so as per our policy, which I think ought to change, the principal submitted to, he called a meeting with 3 of us, and I was the only one that was able to attend, and that's when he submitted a request to name the large new lecture hall that's being added to Bingham High School after the original founders, Thomas and Sanford Bingham. And so I just submitted that to the board saying, is that okay if we move forward? And that brought up some questions about the policy. And so I think there's 2 issues. Do you want to wait? I mean, Bingham's kind of antsy to order the signs and all of that, but they recognize our process and they're not trying to force our hand in any way. But are you comfortable moving forward with the naming of the lecture hall, the Thomas and Sanford Bingham Lecture Hall? Or do you want to revise the policy and then we'll decide whether or not that name moves forward? This is policy A11, if you want to pull it up. One we've been over several times. Now, we've talked about naming of the whole facility, and there's a reference in the policy to portions of a building. Now, a lot of that applies to the donations. When someone makes a donation, do we name a portion of the building? But the gist of the policy is the board reserves the right to name anything and any size of anything. And so that's the issue. I would like to move forward with the naming of that lecture hall. But if you want to wait until a policy is revised, that would be great. Okay, that would be acceptable.
So I'm going to tell a bit of a story, but I'm going to get there. I'm going to get the point. I was able to attend a production at Hale Center Theater recently called Silent Sky. And I don't know if any of you have seen it. For me, it was profoundly moving. And it's given me a lot of things to think about. But the story is essentially about a team of women who worked at Harvard, had astronomy degrees, had established what they did, had the credentials, were denied total access to the telescope and to the equipment to actually make discoveries. They were only given the plates, the photos that were being produced from this telescope. And with that limited data, they discovered the methodology by which to measure the distance of the stars and opened up the entire world of astronomy to and expanded our understanding of the universe. And so what does this have to do with the naming of Bingham, of a lecture hall in Bingham? I never would have had any idea about the contribution that these women made if it weren't for somebody who chose to write a play and then a group to choose to produce that and allow me that experience. And while I'm not trying to discount the Binghams and their contribution, they have an entire high school named after them, essentially. And in the 100-year history of Bingham High School, I can't help but wonder, is there not somebody who perhaps is not as well represented in history, who has an association with that tremendous school, who led out academically, who by virtue of naming a lecture hall after them would signify this is an individual who thrived in this environment. And I wonder if there were a bit more expansive search and an understanding of who within the Bingham community could be represented a little bit more, if we couldn't have some opportunities for discovery like that, like I experienced with this play. And so I just don't know what process went through to come up with those two individuals to name this hall. And I'd like to know that there was a deeper search and a thought of maybe there's somebody else who has not been as represented, who we could highlight by naming this lecture hall. I love the idea of naming a lecture hall and giving it a significance. But when you reflect on what's going to be happening in that hall, is there perhaps somebody else that's part of the Bingham community that could be a better reflection, a different reflection? I won't say a different. And so I don't know if I'm comfortable moving forward with that name, with the naming of that, especially given the fact that the high school is named what it's named. So.
No, just when I look at our existing policy, it talks about once we receive a request from a principal or administrator, then they need to provide evidence of significant community input, which means at least 50% of patrons of the school have expressed support in writing through letters, surveys, or ballots. Have we gotten anything like that?
But that's for a donation. Which one are you reading?
Number 2.
A2.
Recommendations for naming a facility or portion of a facility.
The donation is down at the bottom.
Must provide evidence of significant community input. Should be submitted to the Board of Education.
No.
And I think that's our issue. Does a lecture hall fall under this or not?
That's the issue,
Because
is who has the right to name
A
what?
portion of a facility,
But do you-
a lecture hall is a portion of a facility, right?
But where do we draw the line? They named a small little building where they sell donuts. Should that come to the board?
If it's a formal
Or do
name.
they have the right? I mean, are
Did
we?
they name it after a person?
No, I'm just simply saying, at what point do we draw a line saying these can be named by the school and these need to be named by the board?
Like the conference room.
I mean, what's the difference between, well, we don't want to name every part of every school that has a name on it, but we reserve the right to name the schools.
Well, the way it reads right now, we do have to name every single part of the building that has a name. I mean, the policy says a portion of a facility.
But that's only after an individual.
I would.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. The process for naming of any existing facility or portion of a facility. It doesn't
keep
say
going.
any. Must begin with the building principal or building administrator. Only the building principal or administrator can make recommendations to the board relative to these issues.
But what you're reading about the part of the existing part, or any part of a facility, anyone desiring to have a new building, existing facility, or part of a facility in Jordan School District named after an individual.
Where does it say individual?
B.
Under A, we're reading under
We're
A.
in A. So B is where we're talking about donors, naming after a donor. A is just talking about, it can be named after a person under A. It just,
But where does A talk about a portion of the building?
Number one.
A1.
And 2.
I'm reading a different policy.
A11?
guarantee the pit was not.
I
I'm not
guarantee.
saying we've
yeah,
always followed
you are.
our own policy, but that's the way our policy
I'm
reads.
just telling you, I'm sure it's.
You are reading different.
That's why the policy needs to be changed.
No, he's
I'm reading
he's
an
looking
old-
at it different.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just did the link that was in board docs.
Yep. When was that one updated?
Oh, revision
12/14/21.
2021.
Okay. Then I take back everything I've said because I'm reading a different policy.
So do we ask the school to go back to the policy and submit the information for the policy?
And I don't want to name every part of every school.
Well,
Or do we change the policy first?
but I think what I'm hearing from you, and maybe there isn't a difference here. What have they named the donut shop? Did you say they have a nickname for it? I mean, nicknames to me are different
No,
than
it's named.
official.
And it's on the wall.
That's different to me than a lecture hall, an auditorium, a bigger area of which you gather than a classroom.
Conference rooms, they typically name their conference rooms.
Yeah,
Technically, that would be a portion of the building. Yeah.
I'm
And
not.
that's my question is, who names what?
And it also lends to some of what Mr. Young was saying. So any person for whom the facility is named must be someone who's made a significant contribution to the educational system or community. I guess it's either, but educational seems to come first.
So our question is, do we want to apply this policy? And if so, we need to apply A2 and ask that 50% of the patrons have expressed support. Or do we want to revise this policy first before Bingham moves forward with anything?
To revise it, what about the policy is,
Or not revise it and just stick with it and tell Bingham they need to follow this?
I mean, the only thing I could see revising it is this clarification. I mean, if you're naming it the Mount Olympus Conference Room, the Lone Peak Conference
Right.
Room, that doesn't bother. I mean, I don't think that needs to write. But if you are considering naming it after an individual, that's where I do feel like that needs to be board approved.
Their second choice was the Bingham Canyon Conference Room,
Lecture hall.
lecture hall.
still has to go through the board by our policy,
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. That is,
even if it's not a person.
if that's the part of the policy I would consider changing, is that's the distinction. Because it's easier to change the name of a location or a nickname than once you put someone's actual name on it, it gets real personal real fast.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I think board oversight is appropriate. And would be open to changing the policy to clarify that. Unless someone does have a problem with us attaching other types of names to parts of the facility.
So what I hear you saying is Bingham needs to follow this policy for the lecture hall if they want to name it after a person. And then we consider bringing back a draft of this that would change the portion of the facility person to needing board approval if it's named after a person.
That would be my position, yes.
Okay, what does everyone else think of that?
Be a dedicated name. Like, what, are they going to do a dedication?
No, they just want to order a plaque for the wall.
I'm good for looking at changing the policy. I'm not good with letting Bingham go ahead before that's done. And naming the schools that I have in my area, several times people have brought up really good names. In fact, the new elementary school was named after a pioneer woman. You know, a lot of people wanted Mary Parker. And they couldn't because of our policy. And so I'm okay at looking at the policy. I'm just apprehensive with moving forward without us changing the policy first. Unless there's an urgency that I don't understand.
So, the way that I'm reading this, it could have been named after her. Am I missing something? It specifically says any person for whom the facility is named, and then it lists out. Has to be someone who made a significant contribution to the educational system or community, and then goes through how we prioritize that. But I think our policy, you can name after a person. The other thing I'm also reading about is plaques, if they want to place plaques, and it looks like they have to be approved by the administrator of auxiliary services and the appropriate area administrator of schools. So before they go down that venue, I would just remind them of that as well.
As far as urgency goes, I don't think there is urgency on this. It's a plaque on the outside of the wall. So it would be nameless for a while. I don't think that causes harm or creates urgency.
Nope, not at all. But they are happy to move forward, to not name it after an individual and move forward now. If you're saying that the problem is that it's named after an individual, then they would move forward with a more generic name. If you're saying, no matter what they name it, it should receive board approval, then that's a different issue.
I'm less worried about board approval and more about getting the patrons' input.
Getting 50% of patrons to respond is a lofty task.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would take that.
To a survey.
Yeah, that's
Well, and do students count?
challenging. Patrons.
So, you did it in English.
But I think that along with notifying the public, it's also giving an explanation as to how these people were such an integral part of the school. And that could bring other names to the forefront.
When we're naming a school, do we typically get 50% response?
No,
Name
not
the whole
even
school?
close. Not even close.
So getting 50% for a lecture hall seems impossible. Yep.
The only way it seems possible to me is if you did it at the school among the students.
It seems designed to avoid allowing a school to name any portion of its facility. Well, I guess if you can meet this standard, go ahead, you can name it, but it seems like a really tough hurdle to
It does. It
Well,
does. This seems a little
it comes
excessive
as a
to me.
result of
pass.
A misuse.
that happened quite a
Surely
few
there's a
years ago.
story.
There is a story. Yeah.
Every policy tells a story.
One of those stories should never happen.
Can't put common sense, I mean, common sense would have suggested that that should not have happened.
So what if we tell Bingham they can follow the policy if they feel the desire to do so, or they can wait till we've changed the policy?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds to me like we feel that there's some information there that may want to be reviewed.
Now, if we're gonna get technical, I believe they have named other areas of the school on their own. If we're gonna go in and say every one of them needs to follow this policy,
Are you talking after individuals or nicknames?
this is the only room that came to my attention because it was named after individuals. But as I understand it, they've ordered names for many locations, smaller rooms in the school. I believe so.
Kind of reminds me of the watering conversation we had earlier. I mean, we'll remind them, moving forward,
But
follow policy.
It is against policy, so that's why I would.
I think when some of those rooms though were named early on there, this policy was not intact.
Right.
Because that other thing happened after Bingham opened. So, I don't even think the policy was enforced then.
Gotta go through Bingham and see what these names are.
Talked about the,
Everything's named in Bingham. You got Cowboy Corners named in Bingham.
That's always been there.
I, for one, couldn't say that I want this reviewed because I'm not interested in naming every classroom in a building. I'm not.
Yeah. So is everyone agreed that let's bring this policy back and with some proposed changes to it? And then.
Definitely should change the policy I have.
Where did you get that?
I've been arguing, I've been quoting this policy on my iPad for weeks now. And you're all looking at me like, what are you talking about? It's
Yeah,
right there.
it's right there in black and white.
Sorry.
You know, and it does say they've done something educationally
Or community.
or community.
or community. Well, I guess the Binghams could be considered that, but they didn't really have anything to do with the school. And they opened the canyon.
Just opened the canyon. They're the namesake.
Right. No.
Well, they're the reason it's named Bingham. They are the source.
area.
They are the source of the name Bingham.
Because the first school was in Bingham Canyon.
There were 3 Bingham high schools up Bingham Canyon.
Okay, so Bingham can, if they want to proceed with that name, follow the policy, or they can hold off until we have made some revisions to the policy. If we make revisions, can follow the new policy.
Or if they don't want to name it after an individual, they could move forward with a non-individual name.
What do you think about that? Because not according to our policy, they can't.
Right.
Do you want to make that exception right now?
I'd prefer to come back and clarify that, because I'm the same way. I'm not interested in determining nicknames, but the policy as it currently stands could be interpreted that everything does need to come to us. And I would just tell them to wait.
Right. Yeah. Okay, how should we proceed with making some policy changes? Would someone like to work on that, or should we ask Dr. Godfrey to bring back some draft changes?
So recently been reviewed.
Maybe he can work with somebody from Bingham.
Yeah, but it's already been, it was reviewed in 21.
Yeah, I remember reviewing it, but we focused only on the donor section. We didn't do the whole policy. Mm-hmm. Well, December. I mean, it was pretty recent.
I propose that we task Dr. Godfrey to bring back some proposed changes to this.
Or potential changes.
Second.
Is everyone in favor of that? Okay. Dr. Godfrey, do you have any questions for us?
If I brought a policy back that generally allowed for the naming of parts of a facility without bringing it to the board if it didn't involve the name of an individual, would that be on track with what you're talking about? To have it brought to the board if an individual's name is involved. Is that right? Okay.
I think so. And I think we'd like to talk about what is the community input.
Yeah,
50%
I'll make that an achievable bar.
I really feel like there needs to be a check and balance somewhere,
But maybe the
even
school-
if it doesn't come to us.
maybe
I
the
do
school
like
community
a school
council.
ballot. I mean, that's
Sure.
easy.
Sure. I think the threshold of participation is what makes it difficult. Okay, great.
And also, what I'm hearing them say is the prominence of the portion needs to be addressed. A small little closet over here, a place where they sell donuts versus a lecture hall or a gymnasium or a football field.
Yeah. Although I think, to the earlier point,
Bingham names everything.
uh,
It's in my blood. It started when I was a middle school student.
yes, we'll bring back a policy a draft that reflects that. I think anytime you use someone's name, though, there needs to be a check and balance because that is fraught with peril. Okay.
I like the way it outlines the naming. Who you can name after and what are those guidelines?
Take a look at it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I've been quoting an old policy. You guys look at me like I'm up in the night, and I'm looking at the policy now. I know why.
Well, because you've been up in the night.
So, going off old information.
Okay, that concludes. That concludes our study session. Thank you for those of you who have joined us today, those of you that may still be online. We will now take a motion to go into closed session for do we have property? Okay, we have character and competence of individuals, property, and potential litigation. And security. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion that we go into closed session for character and competence of an individual, property, potential litigation, and security.
A motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards to go into closed session. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed, say nay. That motion passes unanimously, and we will go into closed session. Thank you.